as Chair Lady of SASOA, PCC and NPCC. Monolith users, it took me almost 7 years to get it opened up as a customs and immigration entry point. So I am no stranger to sticking it in for the long haul, and I intend to stay until 2052, when all has been promised to me and come into fruition. Thank you.
Over to you, Glenn.
Thanks, Valeria. I'd like to appreciate that this stream was created for the conference, and particularly that this event was slotted into the stream. And I think there were so many issues that came out of our previous panel that so perfectly resonates with what we want to deal with in this panel. Perhaps just to say that so much has really been happening over the last few years, almost like Mr. Madea said, things that are probably just about ready to happen. So much prep work has been done, and I think the incubation is probably right in front of our eyes. So perhaps some applied research that you were involved in yourself. So we looked at economic impact of logistics ecosystems, and we can say that exactly like I think Mr. Hooner said, that there's a causality from economic growth to cargo growth. But the interesting thing is that the causality works in both directions. So if we were to focus on growing cargo, every 10% of additional growth in logistics translates to approximately 1% growth in the entire economy per year, and 20,000 new jobs. So I think that's really critical for us, to Peter's point, where perhaps public transport is like really in your face in Europe, but poverty and unemployment is really in our face in South Africa. So to the extent that we can use logistics as a lever to achieve those bigger macroeconomic objectives, this particular industry lends itself perfectly to mobilizing and facilitating real growth in jobs and the economy. So Valeria, I have 4 points that I thought are ready for incubation. I'll perhaps just touch on 3 of them now, and the last one is public sector, private sector participation. We can come back to that. My first point is a relatively easy issue. It is how we integrate cargo planning across an ecosystem, whether it's at the port level or at the port ecosystem level. How we get an organization like Transnet, in this case, to integrate cargo planning within itself, its operating divisions, and then that being integrated with shipping lines, with exporters, with importers, with transporters. The fact that we don't have that integration is coming at huge cost of delays of cargo at handover points. And those are the costs, I think, that the President referred to and that you referred to, sir, that are driving up the cost of logistics in South Africa and making us uncompetitive. Digitization is obviously a huge element of that, and we are almost ready to deliver on it, but for some reason, some resistance in the system. And I think what Peter mentioned about port community systems and investment attraction also fits in very well with that. Oh, sorry. The second point I wanted to raise is skills development, and it resonates with much of what has been said. And when we speak of skills development, we don't talk about new skills. We talk about reskilling, we talk about upskilling. Obviously, there will be technical skills in cargo planning, but there are so many exportable skills that can easily be introduced in the logistics ecosystem, like lean management training, that can go right down to supervisory level. And that type of training focuses on eliminating waste. And I think our top priority in logistics now is just to declare on waste. And the way we would see waste in logistics is any container that stands for 5 minutes longer than it has to, or any vessel that's an hour longer on berth than what it has to. The third element would be about, it would be about how we look at cargo movements over time, in real time. So I think it's in many ways, it's not helpful to look at averages. The good doctor before us on the panel was talking about making sure we consider disruptive events. As soon as we dive a level down at cargo movements, especially at certain points, certainly in South Africa, you would find that there are seasons where exports are more intensive than others. So the number of cargoes handled in a particular season can be double what it is in a low season. And if the terminal resources or port resources are deployed for the average number, we will always fall short in the peak. And then the peak is almost, that costs us our reputation, that costs us future investment, because that's the incentive for investment, is if you can manage a peak well. And the peak is also where other members in the ecosystem will contribute to establishing the capacity to move the cargo. So we move on that, we lose on that opportunity. I think I'll pause there,
Yes.
Belile.
Yes, please pause there, Glenn, because we will come back to some of those granular issues that you have raised. But I want to go back to DDG Madia and really pick on the point he's made around how we integrate beyond the port, and he started talking about rail integration. The question to ask Mr. Madia is that the President yesterday spoke about two things which got me worried, and I hope you can calm my nerves. Well, the President and a delegate from Tanzania. The President spoke about Lupito corridor, and then the colleague from Tanzania spoke about Bagamoyo, the new, his words, biggest container terminal to be built in the East Coast. 10 to 12 billion US dollars going into building that port. From a regional integration point of view, should we panic, or should we see this as an opportunity to integrate?
Thank you, Mr. Dube. I don't think we should panic. I think we are a continent of more than 1 billion population. We've got policies in place where we are trying to integrate and harmonize the continent as far as trade is concerned. Maybe what we need to do as the southern side of the continent is to integrate. In doing so, we must develop policies and legislations whereby we do not see ourselves as South Africa, as Mozambique, Namibia, and so on. The team within the branch here are busy looking at the regional coastal shipping, where we want to integrate ultimately, because this is a step-by-step process. We need to finalize our own coastal shipping regime, Peter, and then we move further to have a regional coastal shipping. When we do that, we'll have enough volumes as a SADC region. It does not matter whether the vessel calls in Mozambique. It does not matter whether the vessel calls in South Africa or Namibia. We treat that whole regional integration as a southern SADC region. So, if you take the discussion further, the ports that you have mentioned, coming from China, probably with 18,000 TEUs, economies of scale, they drop their boxes in one particular port. We bring smaller vessels as part and parcel of the regional integration to bring those cargo closer to our regions. So, but having said that, as a country, we also want to play in that space. We have been deliberate as a department now to start planning, doing the master planning of the port system from the policy's point of view as a blueprint. We'll leave the actual execution with the National Post Authority, because that's what the Act says. We want to start planning for the whole region to say which areas we think require an expansion of ports. The last port to be built in South Africa was in 2009. That was Ngqoka. We are more than what now? 15 years without any new development of the port. So we want to map out the whole coast line of South Africa to say which areas that we think are the next target or the great opportunities. One of the delegates, I think we still need to respond to that as to what is the status of the Bohobane. But that is part and parcel of trying to make sure that we increase our ports, but based on volumes validation processes, to make sure that as we move forward, we also have our biggest container terminals or ports to be able to respond to the trade needs. But having said that, I think we also need, because we also need to start improving our own existing ports and optimize the ports. We need to dredge so that we probably sit at 16 to 18 draft. We need to make sure that we reinforce our quays to be able to handle 20,000, 18,000 TEU vessels. If we do that as a first phase of our expansion, I think we'll be able to save a lot of investments moving forward. But definitely, I do not see those new developments happening in the part of the continent should be seen as a threat to us as a country.
Thank you very much. That gives me comfort. More, I just want to step off the regional integration and perhaps global integration and talk about integration within the port as it integrates to other systems that are just outside the port. Where do you think we need to start to get the efficiencies in the port and outside of the port working to allow for seamless flow of cargo? Recognizing that you are the first line in imports, you're the last line in exports, and all the efficiencies that sit up the line get magnified where you are as the port. So how do we work that whole system to flow, to allow you to do what you're supposed to do?
Thanks, Verida, for that. So, as you correctly point out, you almost have like the upstream and downstream outside of just the node of the port. And let's just talk about within the port or back, basically, or the back end, or the behind the quay walls as such. It really then talks to just the yards and the yard planning that actually happens there, and the interfaces, and some of that being discussed or at least raised by Glenn. So some of the matters that we need to actually improve on is really around demand management and planning, and how we then actually start as a logistics provider, start to actually collaborate with other logistics providers in the chain outside of just the Port Authority. So some of the matters actually don't talk to rail, and DDG mentioned it a little earlier, where we are opening up the system to then actually have other rail operators coming through. Rail has been one of the challenges that we've experienced, and in the interface between the port and rail, and I guess the absence of an efficient rail and port interface has actually found itself with the congestion issues that we've experienced in the last 2 or 3 years, and we don't have to look far Just look at our port of Richards Bay and the type of the trucking that's actually happening there. It's one thing then to get the rail network addressed, which we are currently working on, and we're starting to see already a turnaround in that respect. In the last year, we are actually improving a great deal. But how then do we start, apart from just demand management, about planning? And this then talks to your question, Velile, around efficiencies. Because it's not just getting about getting the product from pit to so-called port, but pit to market, and ensuring that in terms of the complete logistics chain, you actually have something that is seamless. And we take the messaging from Megan and Glenn. How then do we get data and sharing of information so that we can actually have seamless planning and demand management? We are encouraged by some of the efforts, and also mentioned a little earlier, around the single maritime window as an example of bringing a single platform of information interchange and exchange, and using those type of means to be able to plan our port system. From a port authority perspective, some of the challenges that we've experienced in terms of just bringing on the import side has really been on the efficiencies. So I spoke about demand management, I spoke about planning, but then how then do you actually, in terms of, again, a further leg of the demand management, how then do we actually handle the cargo? And again, at the port side, just our underinvestment in infrastructure has also been a key, a key driver for some of the underperformance that you mentioned in your opening remarks. So investment in terms of superstructures, and as well as in terms of the port infrastructure. So we are excited by some of the support that we are getting around funding for our projects at Transnet and TNPA more specifically. We know that more recently we've also been able to solicit some sort of government funding, a budget facility for infrastructure to then deepen the Port of Durban to the 16.5 chart datum depth. And this is then all in light of actually bringing in additional and bigger vessels that the DDG was talking about a little earlier. So I guess, Velile, that's really in terms of the logistics chain. There's a fair amount of interface, but it does go down to collaborating with all of the stakeholders. And lastly, using then the I guess electronic means and digital platforms to be able to achieve that. Yeah.
Okay. Megan, can you talk about this collaboration between you, the users that you represent and the clients that you represent, and how can you assist the port to be a lot more efficient given what the port manager has just spoken about?
I can most certainly. So as the chair lady of SASOA, I represent the port users, and in such, when there are insurmountable problems that any of the port users are facing, they would come to us. We meet on a monthly basis, and then we meet with the port on a quarterly basis, going through each item and how to solve the problem. Most times I actually say to the port users when faced with an issue, let's think about a solution first. Before we face the port, let's think about how the port can actually help us to fix the problem. Because in a port you work as a team. It's never us against them. And that has been a game changer in trying to change the mindsets of the port users from over the years, of the port's not doing this and the port's not doing that. And it's come to the stage where it's how as we, as the port users, can assist the port in getting the problem solved. And this is the same as sitting on the Ports Consultative Committee and the National Ports Consultative Committee when facing bigger and bigger issues, getting our funding for ship repair, fixing up our ship repair facilities, which then gives rise to job creation, that type of things. It is a very, very user-friendly committees that we do sit on, and there is a huge amount of collaboration between the port users as well as the port authorities. We, of course, encourage them to spend their money where we need it the most, as in infrastructure, as in upgrading of equipment to turn our ships around in a quicker time, because a ship in port makes no money. So in that regard, it is very much a team's effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. You've also been working on quite a number of initiatives to enhance collaboration, to create transparency, but also to digitize the flow and to create visibility. Can you talk to us briefly about how that works and how that system is actually working?
Sure, Velile. It's incredible how many pools of data are available in TNPA, in TPT, in fruit exporters, in importers, and in most cases these pools of data just sit untapped and unused. It becomes very lazy data. And in that data, I think, are so many lessons to learn about what influences what the most. So we have started stitching together some of these pools. The advantage of being a provincial government is that you can almost sit on top of the ecosystem and look at it and avoid being caught up too much in a particular subpart of the ecosystem. So we are able to see where cargo is handed over. And I believe there's an exponential connection between the number of handover points of cargo and the cost of cargo, cost of moving cargo. So you would want to firstly minimize those handover points, but then once you've done that, you want to be able to see each one of those points. And with digital technology and satellite technology that's available, it's quite easy. And there's much information in the logistics ecosystem that is cooperative in the sense that it might belong to a particular agency, but sharing that helps all the agencies. So you would never ask for intellectual property. You would just look for that space where it's in everyone's to everyone's advantage to cooperate. So we've built a prototype of a digital planning platform for the Cape Town ecosystem, the container ecosystem, and it has call to action flags, so it can pick up from moving average trends when a blockage is going to build up. And it can alert all the players, like you always say, it's a team sport. It alerts whether it's a transporter or an exporter or a cold store or the terminal itself, alerts them to an emerging blockage so that it can be avoided before it even starts. And you know, particularly in the case of disruptive events, and I think Doctor mentioned we shouldn't plan as if everything's going to be normal. The sooner we bring disruptive event patterns into our planning, the sooner we get to a point where we minimize the cost of the disruption. And perhaps my last point on this, Velile, is that the cargo owners lose so much when things go wrong that there is a range in which the whole system can capitalize on converting a definite loss to a reduced risk at the cost of everyone in the ecosystem then contributing to infrastructure, to whatever resources are required to minimize the risk of the loss. So, and perhaps just one last point on that. We are seeing small ports, like Maputo is a very good case, going very strong on digitization and leapfrogging over far bigger competitors very efficiently. So it's almost scary to think that bigger conventional ports that are slow to get out of the blocks with digitization are actually hamstringing themselves. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Len. So DDG, so we're talking about harmonization at a regional level and at a global level, integration and harmonization. But what is not clear to me is, to get that off the ground, what is the correct accountability architecture that we need to build at a country's level? And I think the same question would apply to you more, that what should we build that would sustain the sort of collaboration that Glenn and Megan is talking about from a systems point of view and from a transparency point of view and from holding each other accountable in the supply chain. Maybe let me start with DDG.
Look, maybe let me say a few words about the regional integration in relations to harmonization. You know, if you look at European Union, they've got the same standards. The height of bridges, the rules on the road. They've digitized the customs engagements. And we have to do that at the regional level. If there's a train coming from Zambia with copper, destined for the port of Richards Bay or Durban, or any of the ports for that matter, the terminal must know what type of cargo, how many tonnage, and then so that they can resource better to make sure that, because you must always try to manage the cargo dwelling time at the port if you want to be efficient. So that is an appreciation of when we talk about regional integration. You know, the port of loading, how does the cargo arrive at the port? You discharge, you get it on the vessel, it leaves our shores. But for that to happen, you need to have different structures. In our case, you have to respond directly to your question now. You have the Ministers of Transport in the SADC region forum, where at a political level they must first agree how we take this initiative forward. Underneath that structure, then you require to have officials working on different working groups depending on the nature of the issue. So that we started to develop these systems. They go through the process of approvals, and each and every regional state conforms to those standards. If we do that, we'll improve our efficiencies. The truck that probably takes 6 days from Congo to Port of Durban is most likely to take 3 days, because when it enters each and every border, the system, the expectations, what is required for the cargo to get into the next state is known, is predictable. When it arrives at the port, linking that with digitalization, we are able to know what sort of resources that you require to make sure that you assist to be efficient as a port system.
It'll be interesting to hear from international colleagues as to what's the minimum interoperability from a system point of view is required to achieve what you are talking about. So I'd like to hear that. If any member of the panel has an answer to that question, I'd like to hear that. But also, what will it take at a port level, collaborating with other players in the ecosystem? What's the minimum interoperability system that's required to create that visibility, that transparency that Mr. Madia and Glenn spoke about? Would you like to venture an answer?
Let me try, and I think it's something that's still a work in progress. And you're so right. Gone are the days that we actually just have in response to cargo growth or vessel growth into our port systems, where we actually throw just infrastructure and people against that, or superstructure against that. It has to be done in a way that is much more responsible and also take into account a lot of data and information, which can only be done through the digital means. More and more we're seeing that. You just look at some of the case studies, and more recently these geopolitical shocks that we talk about, the Red Sea crisis, and let's not go too far from just looking at the port of Singapore, one of the more successful ports in time, and the crisis that they've actually had to deal with in 2023, 2024. and how quickly they responded to that from what we can understand. And it is really about collaborating with the various stakeholders and ensuring that they had the information timelessly, Glenn, as we started to do in the Port of Cape Town, where we were actually at least confronted with inclement weather conditions, to then try and see how you can be proactive around that and plan accordingly. So we need to find that basis. Otherwise we don't have the answer yet, but it needs to actually mature to that point. That, and like I said, people and infrastructure is not going to just do it on its own. It's going to need to be done with certainly with on a basis of a digital platform. From an accountability perspective, I do think we've laid down the some of the frameworks for that, Velile. Through the ports regulator, and the port authority, there are also efficiency measures that we've started to hone into and try to hold each other accountable. It does have its challenges. We're not there yet, but at least the discussions have already commenced. Even back at the Port Authority, with our terminal operators, we've already started, and this has been now for some time in the making, that we've got so-called terminal operator standards and marine operating standards. And the idea would then be that we couch those such that it will actually necessitate more collaboration, and obviously this so-called digital operability to be able to then make sure that we're getting our efficiencies up to the standard that we would like to see. So I think it's in that space, but just further around the when you're talking about the operational efficiencies and so forth. Also, when I start to talk about the ports regulator, I do think with us being a regulated port authority, that economic regulation needs to also then somehow evolve, moving into that particular space and giving more emphasis into efficiencies across the port system, across various stakeholders, so that we start to hold all parties involved accountable. Thanks.
Megan, how do you want to be held accountable?
One thing I love about this port is everything is an acronym. So we've got WeGo, and we have just gone through the whole discussion on WeGo. Does it work? Doesn't it work? Who is it holding accountable? Is WeGo being filtered down to the penalties and incentive scheme, which then goes to the TOPs and the MOPs and the RAB? I can tell you there are more acronyms.
Can you, for the sake of our international visitors, explain what you are talking about?
No. Because half the time they've got so many acronyms, I actually cannot keep up to date with writing out what each acronym means. And in all my years that I have been, people tend to overcomplicate everything. And in this instance, WeGo, TOPs, MOPs, everything is so overcomplicated, and which goes into what Glenn is saying, one platform where everything is digitized and it's a dashboard and it can be seen on an hourly and daily basis. The Port of Cape Town, we tend to beat everybody else where our MOPs are concerned. So our marine operations and that type of thing, we do not have delays like the other ports, but we have collaborated. We have collaborated together as port users and the port authorities, and we've had some really incredible people in charge, which have then increased our systems and our, I can't think of the word now. Our levels, our productivity levels, absolutely. So yes, we still struggle behind, and we have been through this whole situation now on the PCC and the NPCC to rework WeGo. That's correct. And my question to the committee is always the same. Can anybody think up a better solution to WeGo? Can anybody think up a better solution to the penalties and incentive schemes? And nobody can come up with a better solution. So until such time, we will have to battle with all of these.
Well, do you want to respond to that more? Or DDG?
No, I'm going to allow the CEO to respond. Yeah. But we go for our international visitors is the weighted efficiency gains from operations, where we incentivize the efficiencies that are taking place in our port operators to encourage them to preserve the better performance and also improve.
Thanks for explaining that acronym WEGO, right? So just to explain also a bit of a context behind the WEGO, and I hear Megan, and I do think probably in the conversation we make this complex. So we have a particular methodology in terms of determining revenue for the Ports Authority, which is regulated by the Ports Regulator. And that methodology is a revenue requirement, but inherent in that particular methodology is that it can drive inefficiencies. So if there's inefficiencies in the system, the Ports Authority still gets remunerated. And in order to address that, this is where we've introduced the concept of WEGO. Okay? And as the name suggests, weighted efficiency gain from operations. But simply put is that, can we be efficient in terms of whatever we're delivering? I do think, Velile, when we look at the Container Performance Index, the CPP study, Container Performance study that's done on an annual basis. We've just had the 2024 report that's coming through. Container Performance, Port Performance Index. It actually looks at about 6 levers, okay? And Megan, for me, that's really the guiding line. Around each of those 6 levers, what are the productivity measures that we need to have for each? And for the benefit of those who may not have read the report, we're talking about, in terms of vessel arrival, how quickly do you handle the vessel? You talk about berthing, how quickly then do you berth the vessel? We talk about ship working, how quickly are you working the ship? How quickly are you untying the vessel and basically exiting the vessel? If you just go through each of those levers, the key indicators coming out of there, for me, that's really the operations. That's effectively WEGO. And all you need to do is that you either have hit the mark or you're not. So if you're supposed to handle a vessel within 2 hours from berthing, and if you're on the button under 2 hours, you're good. If you're over, you're not. You get penalized. And I do think it's a big picture that we need to start getting towards and understanding that, Megan.
I'd like to pivot now and talk a little bit about people. And Glenn, I'm going to put you on the spot here. So our productivity index here in our region says we lag behind the global norms, where employee per revenue sits at $220 plus, sometimes goes up to $300,000. We're doing 50% of that. So how do we close the productivity gap with all of the good things about digitalization without social harm? How do we get the balance?
Lily, yes, and I think it builds on what Mohammed has just said in many ways. So that journey of a vessel in a port that the World Bank has unpacked is incredibly helpful. But I think where we need to go one step further is to see that journey of that vessel in that port in the context of its ecosystem. Who's bringing cargo to it and who's taking cargo off? Because the vessel's ability to journey and work itself is a function of an ecosystem. So I think where we may have done ourselves a huge injustice as a country is by looking at logistics too much from an agency approach rather than from an ecosystem approach. So we look at it either from a Transnet approach or from a TPT approach or from an exporter approach or from a shipping approach. Whereas if we were willing, and you said to Megan, where can I hold you accountable? If we were willing to be held accountable more transparently and more in terms of looking at logistics as a team sport, as you always say, rather than look at logistics just from my angle where I sit in the ecosystem, I think we'll be able to cut out huge inefficiencies. And then ultimately, the inefficiency, it's useful to reduce it to a number to calculate it, but it all adds up to how competitive is your cost of logistics. So if it takes you 30 or 35% more than the global average, and you mentioned that percentage, and it's an accurate percentage. It's almost as if you are slapping yourself with an extra tariff from whoever. Doesn't even have to be from Mr. Trump. So, so whether we call it WEGO, whether we call it MOPS, and I mean marine operations have improved significantly. There are very few marine delays. The point is, anything that adds to the cost of delivering the cargo from the first point to the last point is making us uncompetitive. So I think we would have to start with breaking away from this mindset that we've had of I'm the agency, the Act gives me this mandate. Obviously that's important. I mean, we'll never move away from respecting what the Act says, but it's almost as if we look at our leading competitors, they've developed far more of a functional approach to legal mandates. They find ways of making things work. They find ways of connecting with each other and keeping the flow going. The minute you disrupt a flow in logistics, you disqualify yourself as a competitor. And so what the digital platform does, we look at all the best ports, and I can now include Maputo in as a best port. Their performance is just phenomenal since they've had that Maputo Development Company. And that's why I loved what Peter was saying about thinking about development, thinking about a port authority as more than just the authority in the classic word of the sense of authority. It's far more as someone who facilitates and manages and brings together and activates and stimulates. And I think if that can be our people mindset, if we can take what leadership theory offers us freely and what our what a global best practice is available to tap into right now on the internet, you even use AI to get it. It says leadership is all about how you unlock potential, not how you stand on defending what is your mandate. So I think, Valili, if we can start with the mindset issue and reach out to the partners in the ecosystem and think as a team, operate as a team, compete as a team, I think we have the potential to be right there at the top of that list. And then the conversation about how many new cranes to get, or the conversation about is the WEGO this level or that level, that will sort itself out if we get the team to work as a team. So to me, it's principally a behavioral or an organizational matter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. DDG, so we're entering a very interesting space where some of the legacy concessions are coming up for renewal, and we are talking about PSPs. How can we use this opportunity, one, to improve efficiency, attract investments, but also to integrate ourselves into the global port assets?
Maybe before I talk about the PSP, you know, efficiencies, Mr. Dube, they go as far as how you design your infrastructure to withstand the adverse conditions of the weather that we're experiencing now. Which is that's what we expect from the authority when they put their capex on the ground. Secondly, efficiencies, they also talk to being agile. I'll make an example. Some few weeks ago, Minister and I met fresh produce exporters in the Western Cape. They lost about 3 weeks around December because of the weather patterns. And they lost about 300 million rand potential income for the sector. But what we did during those engagements, we said, this is the reality. We don't have, other than to get the new equipment that can withstand these weather patterns, but we must also be proactive in terms of making sure that if this happens, is there any port that we can be able to evacuate this cargo to on time, so that we are able to take most of these containers to the Eastern Cape by trucks. And we've agreed with the sector to say in their planning, way before the season starts, they will also factor the possibility of saying certain percentage of their cargo will be handled now in the Eastern Cape because of the weather conditions and patterns that are most likely to be experienced in Cape Town. So when it comes to PSP, we have developed a framework, PSP framework, of how we intend to engage with the private sector to attract them. But attracting them is one part of the ecosystem or puzzle. You must also have a practical service level agreements on these PSPs so that they create value, monetary value, as well as the productivity value for the country. We are very excited about the Pier 2 concession because at least we'll have a level of a benchmark in terms of looking at ourselves versus how best they were going to manage that vessel. I mean, the terminal. But also, PSPs, we spoke about in the earlier panelists, the FDIs. They immediately bring in some investments into the country because we need to improve your superstructure equipment to make sure that you are able to respond better in terms of what the business requires. So at our level, at the policy level, we've got a PSP framework. We've gone out with the RFIs. We've also made sure that we take that whole regime to the DPSA because we felt that they are more competent to manage that process on behalf of the department so that it's also a transparent process. So there are a number of initiatives that the government has taken to make sure we address the issues of the freight and logistics in the value chain.
Mo, do you want to speak because you're directly impacted by this? Disruptive retendering or lazy extensions?
Yeah, and that's always the challenge when we have leases that come to an end, right? And we've had entities who have actually been with us for the last 20, 30 years. And they've been doing a great job, right, Megan? They've been doing a great job. But for all intents and purposes, the lease or the concession does come to an end. And then what? And as in my opening remarks, part of our mandate is that I also need to make sure that there's transformation in the sector and that I have to ensure that previously or historically disadvantaged individuals are given an opportunity into the space. How then do you break that cycle of allowing those who've always participated now giving opportunities in terms of new? And it's the conundrum that we battle with. But I must tell you, Velida, it's been quite an interesting journey. So as the Port Authority, by virtue of the Ports Act, I think we are one of the divisions within Transnet that has really progressed quite a bit, much or at least much more than the other divisions on private sector participation. And that's just by virtue of the Ports Act and what it calls for, that we put our terminals out for on an open market for terminal operators to then bid and come through a fair competitive process. We've also we've paid some school fees. There have been some concessions that hasn't been as great as we'd like it to be. So we've paid the school fees, but I do believe we've advanced. Now, at some point, legislation used to help us with regards to ownership and dealing with the element of transformation. It came up short, and we couldn't use legislation any longer to then and drive the element of transformation. And this was the exciting part, that when we did approach new terminal operators that were coming through, including those who previously were in the space, they've been very forthcoming to then support the transformation agenda. If I just look at some of the terminal operator agreements that we signed over time, in excess of 50% of them are in greater than BBBE level 1 status. Okay? From a black ownership perspective, you start to see growth anywhere between 20 to 30% over time also coming in through with those particular transactions. So we are encouraged by some of that that's there. But I do believe we need to be a bit more structured going forward for the question that you raise, so that we don't start creating concessions that we end up with whatever we've confronted with now 20 years down the line. And again, we drew from our past practices where we used to have this thing in the procurement space, something called the enterprise supply development methodology, if I can put it as such. And the theory behind it is that you actually make sure that you start to upskill, Glenn, your point. You upskill people to be able to become terminal operators. So when you put out a concession, you need to make it, you obligate the concessionaire that over time, they need to be able to empower other entities and take them on and start to develop them. But not just develop them in the South African space, also give them global exposure. Because some of these terminal operators and partners that we see in DDG are coming from overseas, and they've got affiliations abroad. Take people from within our country, potential terminal operators, and expose them to global markets. Let them operate in those areas. And as part of the concessioning program, as we normally talk about remediation of land in the last 5-10 years of the concession, you also have a purposeful structuring, such that a terminal operator is created in the last 5 years by this particular concessionaire, so that when the next round of bidding goes out, you are able to see potential operators who actually have experience in the space, and that then minimizes the risk of security of supply.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think I'd like to open it up to the audience. But no, Glenn, you said you'll come back to this point on PSP. Can we park that, and then maybe when you do your final wrap, you can actually make your comment. Right.
Perhaps, Mr. Dube, the DDG can start with the question that came from, was it Unati from the Eastern Cape on Buchubai, on what is being done for the Northern Cape, just to open the floor as well.
Bukuban. I think they're going to take a round first. We'll take all the questions first. Can I go ahead?
I have a very specific question, and you must shut me down if this is not the right forum. With respect to the soft fruit exports and the risks that they have going through Cape Town and weather, and DDG, you mentioned the possibility of trucking out to the Eastern Cape. I'd heard that even that Cape Gate, I think, had exported via Walfish Bay at some particular point. Is there not a possibility of developing extra capacity at Walfish Bay for exporting this fruit as an overflow? I understand that's not what that port is primarily for, but it does have the benefit of being nearby. Is this a possibility?
Good afternoon. My name is Mesaveni Ngoveni from the Infrastructure Fund in the DBSA. I just have two questions. The first one is around when do we expect the ports in South Africa to reach the optimal level of efficiency, having taken into consideration the reforms, the PSP framework, as well as investments that we are trying to attract? So I'm basically asking for a timeline. The second one is around what are the material factors that are causing us to be outperformed by peer ports around the world? Thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's Eugene Rapperty. I think for me, it's more around an observation. The first thing is our ports are supposed to be complementary. So what is the strategy around how we are facilitating that complementary association between the ports when we look at the railroad and the port network? So there's planning across all the ports, and again, it's again around what we spoke about. If one port is inefficient, how can we move cargo to another port using any one of those modes? And we also spoke about coastal shipping, so I think that's where it ties in. The second point is efficiency equals to cost. Lower efficiency, higher cost, and vice versa. And ultimately, those costs come down to the consumer. Mohammed mentioned the fact that we are underspent on our capex. Again, that links to your tariff adjustment. But it also links to efficiency. And the question is, we've had years and years of infrastructure backlog and capital investment. And, you know, what are we going to be doing to ensure that, you know, we don't come back in another 3 or 4 years' time and we're talking about the same thing again? Because it is part of your application, and year on year, there's a consistent underspent on capex. And again, it talks to efficiency, which equals to cost, which ultimately comes back to the consumer. So we need to find ways or mechanisms around how we manage that. And I know part of the resolutions of this conference has to deal with that, because the opening remarks were our ports are deemed to be inefficient. In terms of the rankings, we rank very low. So yeah, those are just some of my thoughts.
Thank you. My name is Kumuto Mohale. I just needed to ask DDG, in terms of the suggested regional coastal shipping policies for SADC, do you have any timeline there? And then you have also mentioned something on the single maritime window, and again on the SADC digitized customs. If maybe you can assist there. I just needed to go to Glenn. Glenn, you have said something good about leadership, that leadership must open up opportunities and potential, not exclude others. And thank you for that. Thank you, Abdul. Again, by dwelling on transformation, I think we must not leave transformation and economic inclusion, which I think is something that we need, that we may grow together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. My name is Gino Delfava. I'm the president of a company called association called South African Maritime Clusters, and the speaker just before me, Mr. Mohale, had mentioned, and he stole the words out of my mouth. 2 key words. I don't know if the room heard. There were 2 key words. there were two key words mentioned: inclusivity and transformation. So I'm the first black freight shipping, Glenn, Mr. Madia. I've been talking to you, two of you, for many years. Velile, you know me. I talk proper transformation. So every president and every minister of transport for the last 31 years have heard me talk about transformation. And we see that government and Mr. Madia's department has failed the people of this country. Yes, transformation has not happened, delegates, in the port ecosystem. So it's my responsibility, appointed by the minister, by Mr. Madia's boss, to transform that sixth sector, to bring young people like the lady sitting next to me, and black women and youth into the port ecosystem. So yes, we're talking about sophisticated digitalization and increasing port efficiencies. But let's talk about, yes, we know BE is a swear word, but let us talk about SMMEs, small, micro. 31 years, there are very few, not even a handful on my left hand, of black persons in Durban or Cape Town, Port Glen, that are qualified service providers into the port ecosystem. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Gino. Thank you very much. Can I then give the panel the opportunity to respond to the questions? If you can bring the microphone back, please. Thank you. Right, so I'm going to start with the DDG. DDG, if you can just pick up your high-level questions, optimal level of efficiency, peer benchmark, and if you could also talk to the other question for you was on coastal shipping and on the single window. And then the next, I'll give the microphone to Mohammed.
Yeah, thanks very much. Maybe let me start with the coastal shipping and the timelines. We were ready to finalize the approval of the Merchant Shipping Act as is being amended. As you will know, the Merchant Shipping Act is a Bible of the maritime sector. Towards the end of parliamentary consultations, we were advised by the Portfolio Committee to go back to NETLEC for further consultations. One of the sticking points with NETLEC was on coastal shipping. To the point that the minister decided to recall the Merchant Shipping Amendment Bill for further consultation. So we are busy with that review now, which we are hoping to go back to Parliament in the 26-27 financial year, which is starting next month. And we have given ourselves timelines as we are reviewing this process. So once the process is with the Parliament, it's a bit of a challenge because it's outside our control as administrators. We work according to the pace, the ability of the Portfolio Committee. But we are hopeful that we should have a merchant shipping bill passed or recommended to the President in the new financial year, which is starting next month. That is one. To get to the regional or start the coastal shipping, it will be informed by the further consultations that we are embarking on. So I'm hoping for that element, it will be 27-28 financial year. To come back on the issue of Buchobai. Buchobai is going to replace the 9th commercial port, which is Port Noloth. We are engaging with my colleagues on the left to finalize that process of proclaiming the Buchobai as a commercial port There are about a number of issues that we need to finalize before we get to that point. One, the EIAs. Secondly, to make sure that the issues of land acquisitions are finalized. Thirdly, what sort of the funding model that we are going to embark on. We are aware that the Northern Cape government is very interested in this project. And we've been engaging with them. I was informed actually this morning that the Premier is also coming to this conference. And I can tell you, one of the issues that he wants to be appraised on is the issue of Bohopai. We do not think the Bohopai is going to cannibalize the cargo that was originally destined for Saldanha. In our pre-feasibility studies, we were able to ascertain that there's another about 13 to 15 million tons of both manganese and iron ore that can be extracted as organic growth to make sure that we support that port. We've also been in engagement with Sasol on the hydrogen, because there are massive opportunities to make hydrogen as one of the anchor cargo that moves outside of that port. So we are hopeful that that port is going to come as a positive and a spin-off for the economy of the Northern Cape. The issue of Walvis Bay versus Port of Cape Town. I'm not sure if I should encourage that as a South African. But during our engagements with the growers, they indicated that the cost of going towards Walvis Bay are not, they make their products uncompetitive. So their first preference, because they did move some of the cargo in last year because of the issues that we had in the Port of Cape Town. But they told us that they still want to use Port of Durban because it's the most efficient port minus the weather patterns. So we are still hopeful that we'll be able to capture that market for the Port of Cape Town. The issues Gino that has raised, there are a number of activities that come with transformation. Some of them, the acting CEO of National Ports Authority spoke about, where we go through the National Ports Act under Section 56 of the Act, whereby TNPA will go out and advertise for the new entrances. And they are very mindful and sensitive to make sure that we are able to bring individuals that never had an access into the port. I think you must have seen it on the media, how we are also crafting the issue of the island view in terms of the access for the third parties to make sure that they can be able to bring in their imports. What we must be sensitive about, or mindful, not sensitive per se, mindful about the terminal operations. I'll rather have 10 importers using one terminal than having 10 operators in the port, because the port land is a very premium piece of land. We must promote even how you craft your Section 56, that the terminal operation is of common user facilities, so that you are able to move different cargoes for different individuals, rather than to promote each and every player to have their own terminals in the port system. It cannot work, especially with our port system that is maturing. But over and above that, we are finalizing the maritime scorecards, which are more systematic in terms of how we want to manage transformation in the port environment, in the maritime environment at large, not necessarily in the port system. So we are hoping that that process that we are engaging with on as a Department of Transport is going to assist in addressing some of the issues of transformation.
So and keep your answers short and tight. Thank you very much, DDG. Appreciate it.
Thanks, and thanks for the questions that have come through. Just Eugene, just around the ports and our complementarity approach around port planning, that's still very much the case. And in fact, as the DDG was talking about Buchabai, there again we're taking that into account from a port's perspective. How then are we able to then handle iron ore or manganese, which is currently going through the port of Saldanha, some of that going through the Eastern Cape ports, then making sure that this actually can be complemented on a complementary basis, actually be handled through Buchabai. So that's still very much the case. And in fact, some of the challenges we've had there, Glenn, in the Western Cape around the fruits, it was because of the complementarity with the Eastern Cape ports. We were able to then truck it to the port of PE and actually export out of that port. So again, the complementarity does work for the port for TNP and for the country at large. Infrastructure spend, certainly around capex and the backlog, it has been the Achilles heel of the TNPA. There's various reasons for that, including the lack of funding, the challenges we've had on a constrained balance sheet that's come through. But I think we're starting to ransom that as we're starting to improve on operations. And I'm going to come to efficiency shortly. I think there's a question asked by the colleague from DBSA as to the timeline. We are starting to see that. And as a system, especially with our rail company now addressing some of the challenges it had over the last 2 years and lifting us from, I guess, the floor of 149 million tons, close to 170 million tons. It is making it a bit more easier for us to be able to find funding for projects. But we're also excited by government's assistance on the BFIs that have come through. There's been about 4 or 5 projects that have actually received concessional loans and or grants as well. And those are the funding that help to actually unlock. I think we don't have the time to go into all the granular detail there, Velile, but understand it's important to have certainty of funding in order for you to undertake capital projects. Because if I don't have certainty of funding this year or next year, the year thereafter, I can't start a capital project this year because I don't have the guarantee I'll have funding the following year. And this is a knock-on effect in all of our divisions. So once we're able to make sure that we are having a consistent cash flow, we can start to commit in terms of some of the bigger projects. To the point of the efficiencies, I think it's a very good question. We've set ourselves a goal as Transnet to get to 250 million tons by 2030. And I think that's something that the Minister has actually put onto our GCE. Again, it goes back to the earlier discussion. This is about interconnectedness with all stakeholders. So if Transnet Freight Rail needs to move, or at least with Transnet Freight Rail with all other potential terminal operating companies that are going to come, or at least rail operating companies that are going to come onto the slots, are able to push 250 million tons, we as a port authority and port users, or port operators would need to make sure that we actually reciprocate. And therefore, those efficiencies would actually need to be up by 2030 as well, the way I see it. Lastly, in terms of the transformation, and I know the DDG responded to that, but and I'm also encouraged by Gino talking about women empowerment, and I haven't mentioned that. But we're excited to let you know, and I'm sure you may have picked it up, in December, we signed a 50,000 cubic meter storage facility, Greenfield, with WASA, an 82% black-owned female company, obviously. And we're excited by a 1.4 billion rand project, some of the transformation efforts that we've achieved as TNPA in Transnet.
Right. Glenn, would you like to pick up the last few questions and Megan, and then I'd like to wrap it up and then give each one the final word. Glenn, so you can answer one of the remaining questions and make your 1-minute speech to close, and then hand the microphone back to Megan.
So, Velile, the 3 questions I'll address is the Table Grapes Walvis Bay issue and the efficiency comparisons and the disruptive event mitigation. So, on the Grapes Walvis Bay, what I will say is the export season starts peaking in December every year, and the first cargo was always grapes from Namibia. So if Walvis Bay was more efficient and more geared for the grapes, it can absorb its own grapes in a sense. So the table grapes that come from Walvis and cause congestion in Cape Town, if that can flow through Walvis, I think that will be a win-win for everyone. And what you should remember is that the diversion to Eastern Cape ports from the Western Cape on motor transport is 30,000 Rand a shot. To take one container from Cape Town to PE, that's additional cost to the exporter. So that should ideally be your last port, your last option. You should explore all the other options first. I'll come back to that in a minute. And then to say that on efficiency comparisons, Velile, I think that's a brilliant question. And the only information I think in the time at our disposal that we can share with the person asking is you would be pleasantly surprised if you go to the Ports Regulator website. They have done those studies and they've quantified the efficiency differences between South African ports and competitive peers to a very detailed level. And you can even go to World Bank publications, not just the container terminal comparisons that come every year, but the World Bank does very useful studies on performance indicators in the maritime space, and there are probably 2 publications a year that you can pick up where they go into this detail. And Mohammed will even tell you that TNPA did their own study. I think they asked Ernst & Young to help them with that, and there is a public version of that document available. So it makes fascinating reading. Then my last point on answering the questions has to do with how we think about disruptive events, how we mitigate that, because our response surely cannot just be how we move the cargo after the event. We have to think about disruptive events before they happen and how we should manage them, especially if there are patterns. And Mohammed will tell you that they've engaged the CSIR to help with far more fine-tuned monitoring of wind effects and of wave momentum. And out of that, a risk prevention model can be developed. And there's fascinating global best practice as well on how you manage wind disruptions. It's not only Cape Town who has wind disruptions. New Zealand has the windiest ports in the world, but we won't have time now to go deep into that. Just to say that before you divert a container to PE, knowing it's going to cost you 30,000 Rand, you will be willing to go to an expense of 30,000 Rand to do something else, like creating backup port facilities with the authority, or like working with the authority or the terminal to see how we can manage the cold chain better, create storage facilities with plug points. If that container is kept for a day and you know it's on power, then it won't be such a big problem to move it. So the issue is, how do you de-risk your logistics chain? Velile, shall I make the closing remark now or give back first?
Just hold on a second. It looks like I've been granted 15 minutes grace. I may just invite 1 or 2 more questions, and then I'll give you the opportunity to do your closing remarks and give a minute to every member of the panel. Morgan, you want to do? Okay, great stuff. There's a hand, and there's 3 questions. So let's take all 3 questions, and if they can be brief, and then you will also have brief answers.
Thank you so much. I had a brief question for Mohammed. The way I see it, this concession granting or prolonging process is a process where you, as the ecosystem developer, influence the ecosystem in all kinds of ways, in terms of information systems, in terms of service levels, in terms of modal split and all of that. And I'm wondering, given that you don't have the full kind of competency to do that, do you feel that you have enough influence in this process to make sure that you align whatever new operators come in, that you align what they do with the interest of the overall ecosystem? Is that a clear question?
Thank you. Colleagues, Mahesh Fakir, retired ports regulator CEO. No, it's been a pleasure listening to all of you. Just two questions from me very quickly, if I can frame them. I heard the DDG speak about extending coastal shipping to neighboring countries. Now, as I can recall, and I'm sure Chris and others can bear me out here, when we did the tariff strategy for the ports regulator, we included very high discounts for coastwise shipping because it was done within our boundaries, within South African boundaries from city to city or port to port. If it is extended to other countries in the neighborhood, the chance of a foreign shipping line coming and dumping their cargo there and then coastwise shipping in our own country means that our tariffs for coastwise shipping, if we maintain those discounts, won't actually be contributing to payment for our port system. And those discounts would have to fall away. So I'm just cautioning that in fact, the way our port tariffs are crafted, we would have to, or I wouldn't say we anymore because I'm not there, but whoever the regulator is would have to change that in order to be able to fund development of our port system. So be cautious about that because, you know, on the other hand as well, you end up deindustrializing your country if in fact major shipping lines and other countries exporting or bringing cargo into our country choose ports outside our own country. So that's something we have to be aware of when you are recrafting the legislation, and of course we can chat about that. I was very intrigued about the discussion of disruptive events. Now, I think whether it was yesterday or day before yesterday, 2 weeks into the Gulf War, 18 vessels had been attacked in the Persian Gulf. Some of them oil tankers, container ships, and a whole range of vessels. So within 2 weeks in this war, we've seen 18 vessels attacked. You've had Ras Tanura in the Saudi Arabia, the biggest oil facility in the world, bombed. Ras Laffan, the biggest LNG gas facility in the world, bombed and closed down. You've had a whole lot of supply chains across the world, Fujairah, Jebel Ali, all of them. So you've got major supply disruptions, supply chain disruptions in the world. I'd like to know who is sitting down, whether it's in the department, whether it's in the Ports Authority, looking at these things and saying, what are the implications for South Africa? Because we can speak about disruptive events, but somebody needs to be doing the analysis. That's very, very important. What does it mean for us? Can we actually get over the reform? Take the Ports Authority out of Transnet or whatever it takes. Let this Ports Authority start doing the work it's supposed to be doing. And let's get down to the business of looking at opportunities and disruptive events in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahesh. Let's take the final question, and DDG, you'll be getting your head around those cautions and those questions.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Sizagele Makanya from the Ports Regulator. My question will not necessarily take a posture for Ports Regulator. However, I'm enjoying the discussion. Chair, history told us that our port has been tested, particularly what we have just observed during the conflict in the Gulf, Red Sea. And we were tested our strengths because everything that had happened was directed to our ports. When I was younger in the university, we were given an impression that South Africa was a hegemonious country, not in a bad way. Particularly in Africa, we were of the impression that South Africa has a strength in various aspects. Now, looking at the trends in terms of particularly our economy and the port particularly, because our port is carrying a massive weight of our country's economy. I observe the neighboring countries and they are really stretching their potential, and I am a bit concerned as a South African, and it comes from being patriotic, that just yesterday the very same neighbors had a dependency in South Africa. However, these days I see some transformation. Indeed, in the country we are talking about reforms. Now, I listened to DDG. DDG says we would like to play along in the region, and we want to employ policies that are going to be harmonized, and I agree fully with that. However, I see these role players in the region highly advancing. I will take Mozambique because yesterday we were listening to their presentation. And digitization, they are excellently ahead. Now, I don't hear from us, well, I understand dynamics of the country, fiscus and all that. Just today, when I was at the rail session that side, somebody said fast trains will actually pick up on our fiscus because it's the very expensive exercise. So digitization is not very far from that. So I just need to understand a synergy in our discussion, whether we're being realistic and rational about these issues, and perhaps are we dragging on the model that is actually going to assist us to tap into the strength of our neighboring countries. Those ones that are landlocked, now they have shifted the direction towards particularly Mozambique. Sorry for taking longer.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. What I'm going to suggest we do is that you're going to do your closing remark, 1 minute closing remark, but then take the opportunity to respond to the question that relates to your theme as you close. So please start with DDG, and then we'll go to Mohammed, and then we'll go to Megan, finish off with Glenn, and then I'll do the final wrap.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the questions. Mahesh, I totally agree with you on the, not necessarily on the coastal shipping, but on the regional coastal shipping, because it has implications. Part of the work that we are doing as a branch is to look at the impact, to do an impact assessment. What does it mean? beyond that point, it is not also our immediate policy direction. We are preoccupied by making sure that we've got our own coastal shipping, which will find expression on the Merchant Shipping Act. Look, I was hoping that we do not talk about the Gulf issues. We proactively prepared a paper for the minister, and what does it mean? The issues that are affecting shipping in that part of the region, as far as the South Africa is concerned. First of all, it creates risk for us. Risk in a sense that we need to heighten our resources. The pollution tag, because we've got an international obligation to assist the vessels that are distressed. We must also make sure that we protect our seas from pollution. So we have made sure that the tag that is contracted to the Department of Transport is on standby literally to make sure that we are able to assist some of these vessels. In the report that we received from the authority, I think 2 vessels called in Port of Ngqura that required emergency attention. So it means our ports are open to make sure that we are available, and also we are discharging our international responsibility as a maritime nation. Equally so, there's opportunity, especially for ship-to-ship bunkering. That is taking place in Gqeberha. That is one. Secondly, all our ports are available for the vessel that wants to call to take bunkers, especially whereby the ship-to-ship is not allowed. So our ports are open to assist. Also, there's an opportunity for the crew change, the channeling services, that whole knock-on effect of vessels calling into our ports. And we are hoping that the players in that space are aware of the opportunities through, obviously, with the ship agents that can access the port. But also we are using our MRC capability to monitor the movement of vessels, and then you can see that the numbers are increasing because most vessels now are diverting through the Cape of Good Hope. I'm trying to respond to your question, ma'am. Look, for many years, South Africa has been, as a maritime nation, we have an international obligation to assist the landlocked countries to access global markets. What does that mean? It means all your Botswana, Zimbabwe, etc., they have a right of passage to access our port system so that they can be able to trade. We'll continue honoring that responsibility and obligation. Secondly, we also, if we want to integrate the economy of the continent, I think we need to move away from looking at South Africa where the Walvis Bay is taking our cargo, Mozambique is taking our cars and some of the minerals. But instead, we must promote it. I think it's going to be even easier now that you've got a third-party access on rail, because it means the Mozambican rail company can come and collect the minerals from Palabora as a third-party accessor of our network. And we should encourage that, because the knock-on effect on South Africa's point of view is still massive for fiscals. We may be losing volumes through our ports, but in terms of the economic activities, we can still derive value. Thanks.
Right. So did you have a question to answer? Yes. I think you can do that when you do your last comment. So I think push the microphone all the way to the end, and then it will come back to Megan, and then it will come to Mohammed, and then DDG may want to do the final comment, and then I'll close.
So, Bilele, is this my final comment or the talk on PSP?
Final
Ah,
comment. Then
I
keep
was-
it to a minute.
I was hoping to speak on PSP, but 3 final comments. Can TNPA consider and even perhaps facilitate more collaboration within the port ecosystem on digital logistics planning? Can TNPA also consider that progressive port development company type of model that Peter was recommending in terms of bringing investment management capabilities into that space, but not necessarily creating its own desk for it, but bringing in specialists to help it? And would Transnet consider us looking at cargo management in a way that distinguishes between peak periods and low period times? Because that has incredibly important implications for how we deploy resources and how we bring other stakeholders in the ecosystem in to help us make a success of peak seasons. Thank you, Valile.
Thanks, Glenn. Megan?
Well, that crack of thunder wasn't exactly well timed, was it? To the lady that spoke about the Red Sea, when it happened, we accommodated the cruise liners that were being redeployed back to other itineraries, and we have offered the same service again. And the port manager has said we will not turn anybody away. We have been very versatile in our port as to make other berth space available. We make it work. To the gentleman for the timelines, believe you me, I sing the same song as you. There have been fantastic plans within TNPA. We've seen plans come, we have seen plans go. I have recalled plans back onto committees and for further discussions. I do not like timelines that end in 2052, especially when the plan is an incredible one to increase our port efficiencies, to grow our economy, to grow the job expectations. So, but to please everybody, we'd all have to be a bottle of wine. And sadly, when you do bring the timelines forward, there's always some port user who's going to say, oh, but that's going to take too short. No, it's never going to take too short. We need to put our money where our mouth is. We need to improve our equipment. With improving equipment, then definitely we'll improve our efficiencies. So again, TNPA, where we talk about capital expenditure, it cannot take 7 years to do a capital project. Timelines have to be shortened. The youth of today are growing up. They also need to be able to get a job within our maritime system. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Mo?
Thanks, Billy, and thanks again to the organizers for this session. Yeah, I think from I need to answer a question from Peter, yeah? Just before I get to my closing remarks, just checking my notes. But part of the concession agreements that we have, Peter, we are in charge of, I do believe we have a fair amount of influence, not charge, but a fair amount of influence in terms of structuring it. And I do know this even in terms of how we set it up around some of the financial recourse. Many years ago, I had discussions with MTBS, and they argued that there was a standard model that was used around some of these concessions. And I can tell you we deviated from that for good reason, because South Africa is unique. We've got certain nuances that are here that are very different from the rest of the world. So we can influence this, and that is why I spoke about the transformation a little earlier. I do believe there's an opportunity of bringing that into the into structuring concessions, so that we can be more purposeful around efficiency, growing the economy, and transforming the economy. Again, program director and moderator for the session today. I think this has also been quite interesting and quite educational for the TNPA. Coming where we at in terms of the reinvent for growth, and like we said, we're reinventing, so we are in that process. We are still fixing in terms of pillar number 1 that I introduced. And the suggestions that have come through here will certainly be taken on board to move from where we were handling 149 million tons to closer to 170 now, or moving us back to the 4.8 million TEUs where we were back there in 17, 18, was only achieved through collaboration and with industry bodies, with private sector. And even though the landscape has now changed, I think we're out of crisis mode, but the collaboration needs to evolve into a different format. So we're certainly on board in with regards to that. And we're encouraged also by the digital space as well, that what can happen. The two acronyms that we never heard, or the acronym that we never heard, 2 letters, was AI in this conversation. I was listening to this very carefully. But certainly, what can AI do in terms of demand management and planning, and with all the data that we have? Then with that, then let me thank to all the ladies and gentlemen who have actually made time to be here, moderator. It's been very encouraging to see the interest that has been extended into the maritime sector. I also need to indicate that if you notice the blue around, and I was asking how does the blue work, it was really about maritime, symbolizing maritime. So I think we've got the memo there. But more importantly, I guess, if we do say that if Transnet works, then South Africa thrives. Thank you.
DDG, final word.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the session, Program Director. We used to have a 226 million tons magic number. The acting CEO spoke of 250 million tons that are our target by 2930, meaning in 3 years time from now. So all these building blocks we are talking about, from reforms, efficiencies, etc., is to build towards that number, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to achieve that number. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panel. And ladies and gentlemen, let me leave you with this thought. Over the last 2 hours, one reality has been undeniable. We do not suffer from lack of insight. We suffer from lack of execution. We know the matters that matter. We know the benchmarks. We know what global operators and competitive logistics systems look like. The remaining question is not technical. It is institutional courage. Courage to enforce performance discipline, courage to link capital, labor, and policy to measurable outcomes, courage to modernize without disguising inefficiency as job protection, and to protect workers by making them globally relevant, not globally uncompetitive. Integration into global trade will not be achieved by statements or frameworks. It will be achieved when clearing times fall, when asset turnover rises and productivity improves, and when accountability becomes non-negotiable. The future of Southern Africa, I didn't say South Africa, Southern Africa's trade competitiveness depends on choices made today, choices that require trade-offs, discomfort, and resolve. The challenge I leave with every stakeholder in the room is this: who is prepared to move from defending positions to delivering performance? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Mohammed Abdul, to the DDG, Mr. Mtunzi Madia, Mr. Glenn Stein, and Ms. Megan Gobley. Thank you so much for those valuable inputs. And Glenn, I do assure you, the next panel after lunch, if you love money, doesn't matter whether it's coming to your pocket or not, it's a session you really do not want to miss. Chris and the chief economists of the various organizations and leaders are going to be talking about funding models, investments, to such an extent that the way you are so excited for this session, we're going to start at 2:15. Lunch is supposed to end at 2:30, but can we start at 2:15? I do plead with you. Thank you so much. This has really been quite a brilliant. Gino, we've heard your questions. Transformation, transformation. See you at 2:15.
each with its unique focus and purpose. These precincts are
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first apologize to the panelists who were here exactly at 2:15. But as you can see, we're still missing quite a few. There was a long queue in the dining area. If someone has lost their hotel room key, please come and advise me. I've got it. This is the Protea Hotel. Peter, is it yours? I found you. So, Chris, I am not sure if you will allow us 5 minutes. And we will borrow that 5 minutes from the tea break. We'll borrow 10 minutes actually, yeah, from the tea break. Can I ask the team who is here that we start rounding our delegates to come back? Five minutes now. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once more. I do understand that this is one of the most difficult times, whether you are in class, at work, in a conference. But I am going to request that the same passion we had before lunch, we just pull it through for another 2.5 hours. That I beg, please. We've had quite a successful pre-lunch session with lots of feedback coming through. And sure, and I'm definitely certain that panel 3 is also going to bring that passion as well. If you then allow me, let us start, because we might as well take about 2 minutes for introduction, and by that time, some of the delegates would be in the room. This is the panel that is going to be looking at the role of enabling policy and regulations, PSPs in port reform, investments, and innovative funding models. You will remember that in the morning, the first panel, the panelists there have started to dabble on this, but at a much broader macro level. And this is the platform, this is the panel, my apologies, that's going to be unpacking that. The moderator for this session is Mr. Chris Slaughter. I've known Chris for quite a while, and unfortunately I missed him when I started at the Ports Regulator. He was leaving. Chris is the chief economist currently at the PRASA, but he's a man of many hats. And I'm not going to go into the detail, less to say that he is also one of the ministerial task team members on corporatization, which their outputs and their report we are waiting with abated breath. One other thing you might not know, that as soon as Chris can be released from this particular task, he is joining the Ports Regulator as one of the board members. So it's really full circle, and to think that I'm saying welcome back home in this conference, it's befitting. On that note, can I please call you to the podium? Or come to the podium. We also need to acknowledge all the stakeholders that have joined us online. We do appreciate you. Please keep going up until we are done with this session at 5:30. Over to you, Mr. Chris Slaughter. Chris.
Thank you very much, Zola. I first need to just thank the DoT, tongue in cheek, to put us after lunch. I think this topic reflects the engine of growth of the maritime sector. This is where the difference needs to be made, and hopefully we can do a little bit more than just pull the dipstick on the engine today. And I'm not going to waste a lot of time, but I quickly want to just introduce the panel to you today. And I thank you for the nice welcome. Looking at some of the faces, it is a little bit like, going back to your mom's house after being away for a while. And so I really appreciate the opportunity. But also looking at the number of people in here, like old people sometimes need to move to a smaller house. I think that might be appropriate, yeah. The panel that are joining us today, and I'm going to start there on the left-hand side. Ryan is an economist at Acacia Economics, specializes in regulation and competition economics, and he's done some port sector analysis for Operation Vulindlela, and has also provided expert evidence in a number of high court cases, not only in South Africa but also neighboring countries. Next to him is Sarah Truan, currently with the ports regulator as the chief economist. Sarah's got loads and loads of experience in transport economics and regulation. She led the regulatory design for the ERT Act that has recently been enacted, and the amendment bill as well, is my understanding, and has also been very prominent in a number of other reforms, the freight logistics roadmap, etc., as part of the team at OVI. Mr. Mohammadi, thank you very much for joining us today. Current head of infrastructure and rail for Sub-Saharan Africa at DP World. I first met him as acting group CEO of Transnet, and also served as the interim CFO for a while at the group CFO, at the Transnet group. Theo Papas, currently Director for Investments for Africa at APM Terminals. I think I've spent about 17 years with Maersk, so there's loads of experience and first-hand investment knowledge that we are hoping to learn from today. And then to my immediate right, Mr. Misaveni Ngobeni is the head of strategic partnerships and origination at the Infrastructure Fund at DBSA. Having gone through a BFI application process with PRASA recently, I've worked with the colleagues there, and I am very excited to hear your insights today as well, Mr. Ngobeni. And they've managed to unlock blended funding in excess of 130 billion over the recent past, and I think there's some lessons learned in that process that will allow us not to pay school fees again on many of these elements. And thank you very much for joining. I am very cognizant of the limited time that we have today, and so I'm going to be fairly strict with the participants. So I'm going to join them there on the panel, and one after the other. And Sarah, I'm going to ask you to start, just to have some opening remarks, and then we can take the discussion forward. If anyone nods off, I'm going to ask you to ask a question, and so I'll keep my eye on you. Thank you.
Okay, this is working. Okay. Thanks, Chris. I'm going first, so I'm going to spend some time sort of setting the scene in terms of private sector participation. And the main policy type document which really sets the scene for private sector participation in ports is, at the moment, the Freight Logistics Roadmap. And the roadmap goes into quite a bit of detail on the Ports Act 2005 and the National Commercial Ports Policy, which are really the origination of the current framework for private sector participation. And what they set out specifically was a vision of a separated MPA acting as an independent landlord with greater private sector involvement in leases and concessions. The Freight Logistics Roadmap then goes into, it fleshes this out more on the rail side, but I think it's applicable to ports as well. This concept of the creation of a level playing field to allow private sector operators to come in and compete. And as the regulator, we then are the entity that is going to come and be the referee of a lot of the creation of this level playing field. I mean, the other thing that the roadmap goes into in detail is that one of the things that needs to be dealt with is the perceived risk of preferential treatment of TPT. So there is concern about the interrelationship between TMPA and TPT. So if you unpack the elements of a level playing field, there are a number of different elements. The first is that you want to create an environment where each operator each of the terminal operators are able to compete with each other on an equal basis because they all experience equality in their cost, revenues, and operating conditions. There are some questions here that I think we, as the port regulator, are going to take a while to unpack. I am starting to think that we need to have spend some time thinking, for example, around the allocation of port dues, cargo dues. Sorry, in terms of what are the basic service standards associated with the person who collects the cargo dues. But that's just something at a very early stage of concern. There are typically also questions around confidentiality, that if you've got the infrastructure manager often will end up having preferential access to confidential information, and that you need to make sure that there are Chinese walls between an infrastructure manager and operators. And then just equality of treatment. You know, the MPA, as has already been said, is in its own way a regulator. And it needs to treat all operators equally, even, whether or not they are related parties. So you end up with a model of sort of nested regulation, where you've got the ports regulator and as the sector regulator, and then the MPA as the regulator of ports infrastructure. Ultimately, to create a level playing field, you need the ports regulator playing an oversight role over the regulatory role of the MPA. Okay, what's coming down the line, of course, is the Economic Regulation of Transport Act, which puts in place a number of amendments to the Ports Act. It changes the powers of the regulator to have oversight over the level playing field. And there are a couple of points here that I'd like to mention. The first is, so the existing Ports Act, in terms of Section 56(5), requires the MPA to enter into agreements in a fair and competitive manner. The ERTA brings in a new Section 56(6), which says that the ports regulator can prescribe the requirements to achieve the objectives of 56(5). So that speaks very much to the ports regulator having oversight over the MPA in its role governing the sector and creating a level playing field. There's also the new Section 56(7), which says that if the agreement includes a party related to the MPA, the Transport Economic Regulator must approve and may vary the agreement. So actually as long as the MPA remains related to other entities in the sector, that licensing power then will be taken over by the Transport Economic Regulator. There's also another area where the Economic Regulation of Transport Act increases the powers of the regulator is Section 43 of the ERTA as regards market inquiries, which allows the regulator to, at any time, at its own initiative or on request from the minister, if it suspects there are features of the market which prevent, distort, or restrict competition, to undertake a market inquiry. And as a result of a market inquiry, there are then also ability to change the regulatory framework in response. So those are the main sort of changes that are coming in terms of the level playing field. What is going to remain the case is that even with these changes, you're still going to be looking at a complex operating environment. And the more complex our operating environment is, the more points of interaction there are between an infrastructure manager and downstream operators, the more potential there would be for constructive denial of access. So There are still concerns around that. We don't have full oversight yet exactly what decision is going to be made in terms of the ultimate structure of the MPA post-incorporation. We don't have, we know incorporation is coming, but we don't know the exact timing of it. A lot of the questions around how much concern there will be about the level playing field will depend on the extent of the independence the MPA realizes during the incorporation process. So a lot of the task of regulation and ensuring the level playing field will be made more simple if there is a greater degree of separation. Sorry, I mean, that was extremely dry. I do apologize, but a lot of this is extremely dry. I mean, maybe just to say, looking forward, these are going to be complex, iterative processes of learning by doing to try and figure out, where the points of friction are and where regulatory intervention is needed. But it's I think it's a very promising inflection point for the ports sector and for private sector participation. So we're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think the emphasis here is on the need to create a level playing field, and I think Ryan, in the work that you guys have been doing in the port space, that talks to the inherent importance of competition, and I think, can you perhaps expand on that point a bit for us? Thanks.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. I'm going to stand if that's okay. Thanks so much for the invitation to speak today, and thanks, Sarah, for introducing this really important topic. There were a couple of points there that I didn't actually know, so I'm glad. I'm very glad to hear that some of those issues are being dealt with in the new legislation. I would like to speak to you a little bit today about monopolies. So I used to work at the Competition Commission, so you'll forgive me for having a bit of a competition spiel, as it were. But South Africa's got a long history of privatizing monopolies. So this began, of course, in the 1980s with the privatization of Mittal and Sasol. And this led to some very lucrative consulting work at the beginning of my career, which I'm very grateful for. But many, many excessive pricing cases being brought against Sasol and Mittal. And what's happening, of course, in South Africa is that we don't always learn from the past, and we seem to be doing the exact same thing. So South Africa is slowly in the process of privatizing a series of port monopolies or terminal operations monopolies at the different ports, and this is a tragedy. And if I can try and relate this idea to your sector, okay? So you guys will be familiar, for instance, with Sunrise Energy and Avidia fighting it out for LPG imports at Saldanha Bay, okay? These are two competing importers. There's been some dispute there, I think, about pipeline access. And again, this is a very basic competition dispute. Recently, we've had APMT. One of my colleagues on the panel here is from APMT, and they've been fighting with Transnet about a port concession. And what's so bizarre, and actually what inspired this paper a little bit, was just was the fact that there was no need to concession a monopoly container terminal operator in Durban. There are many, 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 many berths used for containers in Durban, and as I understand it, Mr. DeLanga, or Professor DeLanga, that's you, right? And thanks so much for being here. I'm so sad that I was going to ask you and harass you a little bit about why you haven't told everybody about your research, which shows that, you know, actually what we should be having, this is Professor De Lange's graph on the right-hand side here. So please don't let me take credit for his excellent work. But what you can see on this particular graph, in fact, I'm so sorry. Okay. So what you can see on this particular graph is the number of terminal operators on the y-axis and the size of the port from a 20-foot equivalent unit perspective. So if I can sort of draw your attention to more or less what I think is the 2 million line, if I'm not mistaken. Is that about 2 million there? I actually can't see. It's too blurry. It's my own slide. But basically, what you see is you have several terminal operators typically at these kinds of ports. And by the way, prior research, so Professor De Langen's work is quite recent, in 2021. Prior research from around 2009 suggested that, you know, after that sort of 2 million 20-foot equivalent units sort of size, so sort of the sort of Durban size, you know, you get many more than two terminal operators. So, of course, what we have in South Africa is sort of the promise of reform. We have Transnet saying, with a bit of a nudge and a bit of a wink, we're going to invite the private sector in, but really we're just going to keep our monopoly. You know, there's going to be a private investor. And of course, you know, this leads to the kind of litigation that we see in respect of APMT and the subsequent delays and so on, instead of saying, well, how many are doing a competition assessment? So, for instance, you know, in other regulatory spaces, we do a lot of work in telecoms, for instance. The telecoms regulator says, well, we've got so many radio frequency spectrum bands. There's a certain amount that's available. How many operators could South Africa accommodate? So, you know, what would a competitive market look like? And the telecoms regulator, based on excellent advice, of course, you know, said, you know, about five. About 5 is what we need. Now, there's no reason why you guys in the port sector couldn't do the exact same thing. So you could look at a port like the Port of Durban, and you would say, well, how many berths do we have? How many berths is needed for an economically viable terminal operator? And how many terminal operators could we bring in to fight it out at the ports instead of the courts? So. And that's really what this paper is all about. It's trying to do. Now, what Professor De Langen will argue is that, look, ships are getting very big nowadays. You need. Okay, I'm putting words in your mouth. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to make this a bit more entertaining. Okay, so we haven't met before, by the way. I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself. So what Professor De Langen will say is that, look, ships are getting really big nowadays, and actually the minimum efficient scale for an efficient terminal operator is quite big now. Maybe it's upwards of 700,000, maybe it's upwards of 900,000. Now we have the ports regulator, this is Sarah's group and Chris. They published a paper in about 2010 saying, the number's probably around 500,000, you know, 20-foot equivalent units. You know, that's kind of what you need. Maybe Professor De Lange's right, maybe Sarah's right, I'm not sure, okay? Between the two of you, well, okay. So somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million TEU maybe is the number, okay? And we cite some other examples, and there's lots of research on this. It's very interesting. The bottom line, though, is that Durban has a capacity of 2.7 million TEU. So that's several terminal operators. There was really no need for there to be a court case between ICTSI, I think it's called, and APMT. There's somebody here from DP World. You know, we could have accommodated really several different terminal operators, and the same is true in Durban, in Cape Town, sorry, by the way, and in Kocha, I believe. So that's sorry, I'm taking quite some time, but that's the main thing. So we've got a whole lot of recommendations in the paper. We did this paper. I wrote this paper with 2 colleagues from National Treasury, 2 very good people, Carla Offa and Nonhlanhla Msimango. We came up with some recommendations. But the main idea about all of this is to think about a competition assessment. So that's why I was very heartened by what Sarah was saying, that the change in the legislation requires these PSP agreements to go through the regulator, more or less, let's hope. And what really needs to be taken into account is before Transnet says, sure, we're just going to concession the whole of the Port of Durban, it's going to be one terminal operator and it's going to be a monopoly, is to think it through. Think about what the minimum efficient scale is. Think about how many competitors we could actually accommodate. Think about how these logistics firms actually work, which is to have there are lots and lots of shipping lines, own lots and lots of terminal operators. It's a very good idea to have lots and lots of these terminal operators available at your port to start to grow capacity and usage. And really, that's the main idea behind what we've suggested. We've also suggested, as time goes on, to devolve the ports into local port authorities. So we see a lot of these reforms, by the way, in developing countries. I'll stop soon, Chris, I promise. We see a lot of these reforms in developing countries like Colombia. For instance, in Colombia, we saw a massive increase in container moves per hour. We saw a dramatic reduction in prices. And this is what South Africa used to have before 1910, by the way. We had lots and lots of competing ports. They would all fight it out for the cargo with Walvis Bay and with Maputo. So thank you is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I think if I can capture what you were telling us with the able assistance of Peter there in the audience, is that we need competition, and we need competition within the sector. And I think we are currently facing in government terms an avalanche of reforms and reform instruments. It is the ERT Act, as Sarah has explained and enlightened us, Freight Logistics Roadmap, not only in the port space but also in the rail space that will impact on the port space. The rail bill is being redrafted as we speak. The corporatization process is nearing its conclusion on the technical work. I felt those stabs in my direction. I can't remember who that was. But I think I get the sense that the policy environment is moving in the right direction. But policies don't result in economic growth. Deals is what results in economic growth. Competition is as a result of agreements that are being made, investments that are being made, and risks that are taken on. And I think that is the key for a takeaway for us. So I'm going to ask the next three panelists. Those two now have a time debt to you guys. But I'm going to start with Victor here, and we would really like to hear about the practicalities around making those investment decisions and actually getting those transactions done in order to facilitate the kind of competition that we're talking about in the level playing field that we're trying to create. Thanks. I think there's another set of slides. You can just get on, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing that I want to talk to is to correct the total in the first column. I just saw it as I was sitting down there. It should be 34 billion. 10 billion didn't pull through. It's underestimating the scale of my investments. So apologies for that. Just to indicate that with this slide, we wanted to, maybe before I even go in deep, let me introduce who the Infrastructure Fund is. The Infrastructure Fund is a blended finance platform that has been established by the government of the Republic of South Africa. Its sole purpose is to use government funding to de-risk large capital projects while crowding in private investments. So we are currently located within the DBSA as a ring-fenced division. From 1 April 2026, the Infrastructure Fund is merging with a component of GTEC, the Triple P unit, and some aspects within Treasury. And this is now to harmonize the full life cycle of projects, from preparation, financing, implementation, as well as procurement. So that is what will be. It's called IFISA. I'm sure most of you might have read about it when the Minister of Finance was tabling his budget. So in October 2024, Transnet approached the Infrastructure Fund to say they have a large network of rail infrastructure that needs investments. Similarly, ports infrastructure. So we started with these projects that we are seeing here. You must mind what I'm saying. October 2024. Around March 2025, we put together funding applications for them. So the way the infrastructure fund gets government funding, we get it from the budget facility for infrastructure. This is the BFI acronym that has been spoken about here. So when the BFI was established, 100 billion was set aside for us to use to de-risk project. And we de-risk project by advancing various instruments. It could be long-dated senior debt facilities. It could be bridge facilities. It could be subordinated facilities. But there are also grant facilities. What I need you to remember is that it needs to be on a blended finance approach. So we can't give a grant-only solution. We also want to see the project sponsor or owner having some skin in the game where they are putting in some of their capital. So our funding is coming at very concessional rates. And you'll see as I go through the next 2 slides. I only have about 3 slides. So this slide is showing you that we applied for a capital program of about 34 billion with Transnet. We managed to get 16 billion of that from the BFI. The difference is then being either raised by Transnet from the conventional markets, and they also putting in a bit of equity injections as well. This middle block that you are seeing around IF debt or grants, the first 2 projects is rail projects, so I will not talk to that. They would be relevant in the other platform. I'll talk to the last 2 projects, which is why the other 2 slides are dealing about. So the first project is the Devon Pier 2 project, which is very important to deal with container traffic in South Africa, having heard what the issues are, and also modernizing the infrastructure at the ports to deal with the large vessels that you were talking about. So as you can see, it's about 10.5 billion in capital costs. About 4.5 billion we got from the BFI. Transnet is dealing with the rest. So you can see the blending coming in. And the same is the case with the Cape Town Container Terminal. About 3.3 billion. 1.3 billion is our facility, mezzanine in nature. And Transnet is dealing with the rest. We can move to, oh, it's me moving. Thank you. When you are used to people moving slides for you, it's a bit of a problem. So this slide is basically showing you the capital structure of the first project that I was talking about. So being a 10 billion project, you can see that about 56% is being raised by Transnet through a combination of market funding and their own equity. And the IF is injecting the 4.5 billion. This is a concessional loan facility. What do we mean by concessional? We are not in a rush to be repaid by Transnet because we are also a government institution. So we are saying they must prioritize the senior lenders. Our interest rates are very low at sovereign level, so about 8%, 8.5%. You don't get that in the market. You'll get in the north of prime and plus. You can also see we do not take any security as the infrastructure fund. That is deliberate because you want the senior funders to have first ranking on security. So it's concessional in that nature. I did say long dated. You can see it's a 25-year term loan, 7-year of grace periods, meaning that Transnet is not paying back the loan for 7 years. And we're not back-ending the interest. So it's concessional in that nature. And they are paying for the remaining 18 years. If you can go to the market and find a loan facility of this kind, I would be very surprised. The last point that I wanted to indicate is around ranking. So we don't rank pari passu with senior lenders. We rank below them, subordinated in nature. That's why we are not competing for security. The quickest points that I wanted to make, Chris, is around the flow of funds for these facilities. So because the money sits with National Treasury, it flows to the Department of Transport first. The Department of Transport, they have to see it and feel it because they are the mandate holder. They also direct some of the policy objectives, so they need to be alignment around what is it that they want to see from a policy perspective and also from a governance perspective. So the funds go through DoT. From DoT, they are transferred to the infrastructure fund. That is when we will be giving the funds to Transnet on as and when they reach the milestones. You can see some of the terms that are there, milestone-based payments. The funds need to be dedicated in a specific account, but the other issue is that there must be proper maintenance and maintenance reserving for these funds, because you don't want to fund the same problem each time. Because we are here due to lack of maintenance or inefficiencies in maintenance, so you want to deal with this so that it doesn't happen again. The other point is that there will be monitoring and evaluation, and we have a government-wide project steering committee that will be looking at the project holistically. Procurement is one of the biggest issues. So we are going to be working with Transnet to be able to do probity audits around the implementers that they will be appointing, so that the process of implementation shouldn't be litigated and we shouldn't have issues around procurement. So these are the kind of conditions. So Michelle from Transnet often says, your terms are concessional, but your conditions are hard. So I guess there needs to be a balance. Same kind of structure for the next project. It's the same kind of issues if you look at the terms and the conditions. So what I will emphasize on here is the fact that we are putting in a mezzanine facility, meaning that mezzanine in its nature, it should be ranking between senior debt and kind of equity. But here, it's still subordinated, very cheap as well. The conditions around tenor, 25 years again, grace period of about 5 years, repayment of 20 years, again, subordinated debt. We are not ranking pari passu, same flow of funds. So what are we solving for? We are solving for the capital program that Mohammed was talking about. If you want to start something, you need to prove concept first. We're starting with the 2 projects. It's 4 all in all, as you might have seen. This round, I've seen Transnet brought in another 5. So meaning that we will be taking those as well. But at least from October 2024, now it's March 2026. We're no longer talking concepts, we're not talking theories, the money is there. This is what we are doing as the IF to support projects in the maritime space. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Victor. I think we've heard what government has been putting on the table, but we also understand and we know that we are operating in a very constrained fiscal environment. And the key, and this is also the key to economic growth. It's reflected in the DoT's approach regarding private sector participation, especially in the rail and logistics sector with ports. The key to economic growth, the key to transformation lies with private sector investment. And so I'm going to hand over to Mr. Mohammadi. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I think cognizant of time, I'll hopefully keep it short and sharp. Just to give you a sense, DP World currently operates in more than 80 countries, and we currently do movement of 94.3 million TEUs. I would have a slightly different approach to, and I think the Dubai government will have a fundamental objection to what Ryan puts up for 500,000 TEUs. We run the Jebel Ali port with 16 million TEUs, one operator, one port, 4 terminals. The economies of scale that you get in these kind of operations is based on volumes. And that's where you generate the numbers, that's where you generate the efficiencies. But I guess we can take that offline. In terms of really looking at the business in Africa, DP World has invested $3.1 billion in the last 5 years, with a further $3 billion being targeted for the next 3 years. Here comes the challenge. Intent alone isn't going to get us over the line in South Africa. Policy isn't going to get us over the line. Action is. It's the age-old challenge that we have with the 12 frogs that are sitting on the wall. 11 decided to jump. We still have 12 on the wall because no one's acted. And that is the fundamental issue that we suffer with in South Africa. And I'm being brutally honest because I sit in the sub-Saharan Africa region. We are competing for capital in South Africa with the rest of Africa, and we are being beaten hands down. Senegal, $1.1 billion investment for a new seaport in Senegal, already in execution, 3-year timeline. Maputo, $200 million investment in Maputo for the expansion of the berth or the deepening of the berth. Execution, going to be completed this year, November. So we need to be very, very cognizant of this. Intent alone isn't getting us anywhere. Companies like DP World, Maersk, AP Møller, all of them, we compete firstly for capital from our group head offices for the continent. We got to go and cry for money at the group offices for the continent. The continent comes with certain challenges. The continent already comes with risk and rating issues. Then we got to compete within the continent when funds are made available at a group level for the continent. We now have to compete for South Africa. None of the $3 billion, none of the $3 billion that's earmarked for the next 3 years is for, any bit of that is for South Africa. So as the country, I sit with two hats because I'm a South African first. And when I look at it, it bleeds me to know that we are not acting as quickly as we should. We have RFQs out in the market. These RFQs are constraining. These are restricting private sector players. We want to give private sector 49% and then say there are all these requirements. We talk of constrained balance sheets of Transnet, but yet Transnet wants to hold the majority interest in the SPV, which has got significant expansionary aspirations. How will that be funded? Whose balance sheet will that be off? These are the realities that we have to deal with. We have to be talking about models that work globally. We constantly look for equity control, management control, capital control, project control. And when we constantly put these to the table to our principles, these are problematic because we can build infrastructure cheaper than South Africa can. Fact. We just saw up there 10.6 billion for the deepening of the berth project in Durban. We are building a brand new seaport in Senegal for 17 billion rand. A brand new seaport. You can't compare the two. With 1.5 million TEU capacity in phase 1. We have to be cognizant of the costs that we are bringing to the end user. Reducing the cost of business is no longer something that we can put up as a cliched logo. It's something that we have to put together for the benefit of this country. Right now, as we speak, geopolitics in the Middle East is warranting traffic to move via the Cape. Are we ready? Are the dry docks working? Do we have sufficient bunkering capacity? You shaking your heads, you know the answer. So We constantly talk about being ready for when the opportunity comes along, yet we are not anywhere near acting in that particular manner. And I think it's critically important to have frank conversations. If we constantly mollycoddle these discussions, and if we constantly sugarcoat these conversations, then as a country, we will get up one morning and find that the rest of Africa has overtaken us by a country mile. We can sit here and have the conversations about bulk that flows through Maputo versus Richards Bay, and visit Maputo. DP World has a significant equity interest in the Ports Authority of the MPDC, and we operate the port, the container terminal. And I can tell you that if you go there, the efficiency levels will make you cry compared to some of the efficiency levels in our environment. And I want to touch on the last thing, and this is on operating efficiencies. We sometimes aspire for mediocrity. And I say this very respectfully. We aspire for mediocrity. We talk about an exit-to-exit system at our container terminals that is between 60 and 90 minutes. Our current target in one of the terminals in Dubai is now looking to get to 15 minutes. Artificial intelligence, technology, digitalization, these things are working. We've been to other ports that are operated by APMT in New York and the rest. 30 minutes this was years ago. Years ago, 30 minutes. We need to bring the operational efficiencies. We need to bring the capital efficiencies. We need to bring the people efficiencies into the system. And in the current context of the RFQs that go out, it's highly, highly complicated and rather difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mohammadi. We're quickly running out of time.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I think first of all, South Africa almost landed its 10th port about an hour ago with the rains we've just experienced. So the DDG, he was stressing a bit, I saw. But once again, thank you for the opportunity. I think this is one of the few panels across the conference that has had the private sector speak. And as you can see, as Mohammed has said, we have somewhat of a different view to our academic colleagues and the policymakers. But I think what is humbling to see is that there's an acknowledgement that private sector is needed to advance port reform, and that privatization is what is going to move. So there is no shortage of private capital. What we do need is policy certainty, which I do believe is coming. And then we need to see that these projects are bankable and can be turned around fairly quickly. There is positive views that the RFIs have signaled the appetite of the market and of the private sector. But what we're experiencing is, and we heard it throughout yesterday, is we're open for business. I think business is open to talk, but we haven't yet seen this move into action quick enough. And similar to what Mohammed said, we are seeing other countries on either side of Southern Africa and the surrounds willing to openly engage and engage fairly quickly. So from our side, I think as long as we see clear policies, that's what we'll look at. Investors will price the risk, not the ambition of a policy document. So we do need to look at the hard facts. 500,000 TU won't cut it. We do need the numbers to make sense. And I just think we need to move away from this narrative of calling it privatization. What we need to do is look at system optimization. What in particular South Africa needs to do is look at the entire logistics system and see how that can support port privatization. A port will not deliver on what it's designed to do if the greater network doesn't play a part. And I'm talking around road infrastructure, rail infrastructure, customs regulations. These items play a big role in actually making the ports work. So I'll keep it short and sweet there for now.
Thank you very much, Theo. I think this is on. I think we've sort of we've heard the full spectrum. Hello. Okay, can you guys hear me? All right. So a couple of things that that stood out for me in the discussion here is that from a sort of theoretical point of view, the need for competition, the need for more efficient optimization of how we operate state infrastructure is important. I think one of the things that Professor De Lange has also said many times in the past is that the issue of state infrastructure, and I'm very wary of us throwing around the term privatization very loosely. We're not talking about the privatization of state infrastructure. What we're talking about is the optimal operation of state infrastructure. And I think that is where it's very important. In many instances in countries like ours, the state is a critical requirement to operate and to own and to develop port infrastructure especially. It's capital intensive, it's large, it's bulky. It takes a very long time to recoup your investments around some of these investments. But what we're talking about at the moment, and I think something that South Africa desperately needs is, and this is where the academic underpinnings for competition comes from. So I think we need to understand that the willingness of the private sector is a reflection of the work that's gone into first academics, then goes into policy, and that creates that level playing field. And hopefully we're seeing some of the fruits of that coming through. We've run out of time, but what I would like the panelists to just briefly leave us with, how many minutes? We've got 1 minute left, is I want just in 2 sentences, what do you need to see from a policy perspective? I'm getting a signal there. Okay. We can do that. So whilst you're getting your questions ready, the question that I want to ask the panel is if there are 1 or 2 primary policy indicators that you need to see to unlock the kind of investment that you are willing to risk. And so given the balance of opportunities, what are they, and what's the low-hanging fruit, and what's the important ones that South Africa should focus on? I think for me that is an important indication to the policy makers and the policy developers to say, listen, we need to focus on some things first. You can't do everything all at once. What should we focus on first in order to unlock these kinds of investments? And in some cases that would also need to be a hard look at ourselves as infrastructure owner and managers. I think that is important. That talks to the level playing field. But then I'm going to ask, give an opportunity to 2 hands. I'm going to give an opportunity to the acting CEO of the Ports Authority and then someone else. Okay, let's give Mohammed an opportunity there. Mohammed.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks again to the panel members as well. Yeah, for me, just 1 or 2 comments, but also some questions for the panel members. I also agree with you that we need to be careful about privatizing terminals type of language, because we're certainly not privatizing in Transnet. So just in terms of the comment made there. I was quite intrigued by Ryan's presentations as well, but I think it's important that we need to understand the context of what probably did transpire in that which is raised. Earlier in the panel discussion, I did mention, Program Director, that we actually have had some, we've paid some schooling fees with regards to our concessions. Sunrise Energy is a case in point. And you now named it, I just spoke about it. With regards to the matter of the Durban Container Terminal Pier 2, TNPA did not concession it out. I think it's very important to know, and the way it actually came across is that we concessioned it out, and it wasn't the case. I think we need to understand the context behind it. I also agree with Mohammed, but then I also agree with you. Somewhere between Mohammedi and yourself, somewhere between the two, we do need to be introducing competition. We are of the view that if we bring in more operators, we can get competition. What is the sweet spot for actually having a sizable container terminal? 500,000 TEUs, I fully agree, Mohammed. I think it's too small. Somehow, in my mind, probably we're looking at about 2 to 3 million TEUs. We can start to have something that's probably something competitive. But those are just some of the comments that. I need to also say I must be honest that I was taken aback when you then said that we need to think through our concessions that go out. I do think we do apply our minds when it goes out, Ryan. So yeah, just on that remark made. But importantly, Mohammed, is that DP World can build cheaper in South Africa, right? And you quoted the matter of the Port of Senegal for 17 billion. And we also then saying, Theo, that, let's bring in private sector to come and do some of the reforms. I'm battling to understand who would price cheaper for you as opposed to what they will price for me. And is it South African outfits? Because the very same South African outfits are the ones who are quoting that 10 billion rand number that you quoted. And by the way, it is the private sector, most cases, who is actually quoting. So I'm very interested to understand who you get into court for work to be done in South Africa versus who we get into court. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Glenn. Could I ask the panel whether we're running a risk of limiting our own thinking about options if we talk about concessioning of a terminal as the only model to introduce private sector participation in the port space? Is it not possible for us to think of PSP in elements of a terminal rather than just to think in a chunky way of concessioning an entire terminal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm also going to give the opportunity to the panelists to respond, and then at the same time, perhaps make some concluding remarks, because I think we've well and truly running out of time. So I'm gonna ask my two colleagues there in the middle, put them on the spot to perhaps just respond to the two, and especially also the last question. I think I find that very intriguing, and I think we tend to think about PSPs as big chunky and projects, and I think there's also definitely an opportunity that we've missed in the past to establish a significant transformation agenda in the South African ports environment. TPT is operating all of the containers, 90% of the containers. They're operating 99% of the Ro-Ro market and that is an opportunity that has just gone back for many years, that we could have had a thriving, transformed terminal operator sector that could have competed well outside of South Africa. All those new ports that they're building, these guys could have competed there, and I think we're missing that boat. So I want to understand what are the thinking about smaller chunks and sort of almost a marginal PSP approach. And then I'm going to, without any further interruption, ask Victor and then Sarah and Ryan to just make some concluding remarks. Thank you.
Sorry, maybe I'll take the question more around the bits and pieces, because I think Mohammed's question was more to the two gentlemen on my right. So I definitely think if there is an opportunity to look at bits of it, I don't think the private sector will shy away. It all depends what those bits are. I think triple Ps succeed when you fix the infrastructure and not really shift debt off balance sheets. If we look at what we feel works well in terms of models, and not concessioning the whole port or anything like that, it's really this landlord model So the government still owns the infrastructure, but private operators come in mainly for three reasons. They have the scalability across the world and the understanding of how to operate. And that could be rail, it could be ports, it could be trucking. Second to that is they have the skills. And in at least for our case, largely there is an ocean carrier that can back volume throughput through operating at least ports privately. But yes, if things are in, let's call it piecemeal, I don't think the private sector would turn away from it. But I'm going to go back to my previous point. You have to look at the entire system. If the piecemeal doesn't speak to the other piecemeal, the port or whichever part of it will not function well. Thanks.
Yeah, if I may just add to the piecemeal discussion, I think then the accountability model falls flat, really, because the reality is that if I'm operating a port efficiently and the back of port and rail solution is completely broken, and let's take an example right now, Richards Bay Coal Terminal, entirely dependent on the rail system. And they have 81, 91 million ton capacity, but volumes are sub 60 million tons because the entire system is dependent on rail. So it's got to be an ecosystem. And as long as all of the ecosystem is aligned, so we're not saying that you have to own the entire ecosystem, but as long as there's alignment in the ecosystem, you can make it work. I think that's critical. Mohammed, to your point, I think, again, you know, we're happy to share with you what's happening in Maputo for the port. Exactly, we're going from 12.6 to 16 meters in Maputo. We're extending the terminal, the quay walls there. So similar kind of investment. And as I said, it's in execution. Completion is for November this year. Probably will be Q1 next year, complete, commissioned. It's at a fraction of the cost. And that's a question that I guess we need to address in terms of why is it that we are getting these very varied quotes out of the system. And it directly impacts the cost of doing business in the country. I think it also goes down to economies of scale. It goes down to the different types of equipment that we have, that we're using in other ports that we can easily move across from one environment to the other. There are some benefits that exist there, and probably that creates this significant cost reduction. I think it's also important that we're talking fundamentally, and I agree with you, we are talking about operator entities. We're not talking about asset ownership. We must differentiate these two. And agree, Theo made the point, Mohammed, you make the point, that if we combine these two, then we have all these very complex discussions taking place. But we must also be cognizant of the fact that the RFPs and RFQs that are going out currently are not from TNPA. It's important to, it's a very nuanced discussion that has to be had because it is going out under the auspices of TPT. Both the Richards Bay one went out on TPT, and so did the Durban container terminal as well, Pier 2. And again, I stress 51% equity. So we have to look at, I think that's one of the key things, the key takeaways in my concluding remark is that the key takeaways is something that we have to relook. Chris, you made the point earlier on that TPT have been operating all of the terminals for as long as we can remember, or most of the terminals. And the question that has to be asked is, can we continue in that vein? And if we want to make a fundamental change, then there's got to be a fundamental inflection point. And if we continue, you know, there's a famous saying, if you do what you always did, you'll get what you always got. So if we don't change something, we ain't going to get any different answer out of this. So, you know, it was not intended to say that there's no thought process in these things, but there is clearly a difference between, a differential between what the public sector is thinking and what the private sector is expecting. There is clearly a differentiator, and that is, I think, where we need to bridge this gap. And accounting principles and the chartered accountant in me will always come out. But the accounting principles also start directing whether companies want to be interested in investments where there's no equity control. Because if we have to go and fund these transactions, and there's discussions with the financial institutions around who's actually the controlling interest in this thing. So I think it's a number of these things that we have to sit down and I think close that gap, because we're seeing the same thing come out. There's no difference in what came out previously. We've seen the same thing, and I'm not sure that we'll be able to get over the line. And again, 49% for the private sector, but the requirements in terms of triple PFA, etc., not very clear. And who's going to actually so fund it? There's a lot of these discussions that need to be had, and I think those are what the bridging discussions need to be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll just keep it short. I mean, as has been pointed out already, this is a complex environment. There are a number of changes that need to happen to create an ecosystem where private sector operators are comfortable that their risks are managed and that they've got control over operating conditions. But if I had to pick one specific thing that needs to happen to really enable change in the sector, it's worth just really emphasizing, it's 20 years in the making, but incorporation is the thing that will ultimately change outcomes here. It'll fundamentally change the incentive structure in the sector, improve the ability of the NPA to act as a regulator of the sector, and yeah, it is the ultimate enabling change, I think, that we need to look forward to here. Thanks.
If I can just add to what Sarah just said. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. It's Mohammed Abdul. What Mr. Abdul was saying was that they didn't do it's not their fault. The TNPA didn't do the concessioning. And exactly as Sarah just said, that's the starting point. So, I mean, I know it's a little bit theoretical, but essentially a monopoly upstream, a port authority, has every incentive to make sure that there is many users, as many competing users of their facilities as possible. As many terminal operators like DP World, like APMT, etc., and so forth. Why? Because you guys make your money upstream. You make your money from the number of ships arriving. There are going to be many, many more ships arriving. The more terminal operators there are, the TNPA will make a lot more money if it's able to lease out a lot more land around the ports. So exactly as Sarah says, just that very first step in freeing up the NPA from Transnet is critical. And it's critical that the NPA figures out how to do the concessioning for the operations on top of its land. That is the reform. And just to say, as I understand it, Mr. Mohammadi, there is actually, you guys are building a port at the moment in the DRC for 500,000 TEU. And whether it's 500,000 or 1 million or 1.5 million, I mean, I think they're planning on expanding the Durban port to 12 million. So the point is you can have many, 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 many competing terminal operators. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be very quick. My presentation was peaceful. That's why I don't have questions. So just to indicate that as the IF, we remain a partner, especially around concessional financing. And the importance of it is to cushion the balance sheet of Transnet and related entities, as we know the challenges that they are currently facing. I think we presented the concessionality nature of the transactions. Two things that are important, actually transparency, accountability, and good governance. This will ensure that the private sector crowds in its capital, and it also creates this seamless partnership with the private operators as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think, Zola, if I can just, in a closing remark, can say I think one takeaway for the department is that perhaps this discussion should be taken further. It does not need to be in such luxurious environments, but I think where academics results in policy, results in real life activity in the port system, those connections and that transition mechanism, I think, is not entirely well enough understood by all of us. And I think discussions like this would be required in order to take that forward, because there needs to be a feedback loop in this whole process, and I think that is sometimes lacking. In the same time, I think there is also the responsibility of the private sector to acknowledge where change is coming and where change has been a driving factor behind the commercial success that you guys are all part and parcel of. So I think this is something that we need to take forward. I think this discussion, we could probably do a whole conference just on this topic, and I think maybe we should in the nearby future. So that's my challenge to the department or the ports regulator perhaps, and then we can see each other shortly. And I just want to thank the panel for an open and frank discussion. I think no one fell asleep. Victor seemed to think that he might have caused a few to nod off, but I don't think so. But thank you very much for the participation as well. Thank you.
Chris and the panelists, thank you so much. I can't agree with you more. That is why I could not let you do your wrap-up without taking any comments and questions. It's something that, Mr. Madia, we must really, really look into. The difference of opinion is what is going to take us ultimately to the right path. And it came out in panel 1, panel 2, panel 3, and on the sidebars, execution, execution, execution. I've borrowed Mr. Mohamedi. Policies do not bring growth. Deals is what drives the economy. On that note, thank you so much. We are going to have a working tea break. I have seen people going back and forth to fetch your teas. I do not want you to miss any bit on this last part of the session. I have attended and moderated, convened so many conferences. I think this is the first time at this hour, not a single person was actually nodding because they were asleep. It just tells you how engaging the panelists were. So thank you so much. Please do not leave. It's a work. Fetch your coffee. We're continuing straight through. Or do you need 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Oh, the coffee junkies. Ladies, Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the clock. If we can, please take our seats. I am hoping that the delegates that have joined us online are still keeping track and are still with us. I am receiving some feedback from some, and we do appreciate the feedback that you are sending through. We are now preparing to get to the last panel of the day for the maritime shipping and ports session. This is the panel that is going to look at building a resilient port system in a changing climate environment, whilst developing green ports with renewable energy and infrastructure for alternative fuels and technological innovation. Can someone please, Knox, please assist me with getting the delegates back from the coffee. Thank you, Sisi. Can I please request that we take our seats? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And now we are on panel 4. As I have indicated, this is the panel that is looking at a resilient port system in the context of a changing climate environment. They're going to be looking at green ports with renewable energy. They are building the blocks from panel 1 in the morning, where we had started to have the conversation, Thomas, on some elements of green shipping. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this panel. Mr. Vusi September is the alternate permanent representative. I didn't want to say the APR, because yesterday someone asked what is an APR. He is the alternative permanent representative of South Africa to the International Maritime Organization. He represents South Africa across all principal committees and subcommittees, where he advances our strategic maritime interests. He also plays a central diplomatic role in negotiating, shaping, and refining the IMO instruments, policies, strategies, and technical standards that are aimed at enhancing the maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. One thing that one must also highlight, he also served as a vice chair for the ILO and IMO Joint Tripartite Working Group on seafarer issues, where he has helped to advance international responses to harassment and bullying at sea, which is one of those areas that we don't talk about, but it is a reality for many seafarers that find themselves in those foreign vessels. And with that, please help me to welcome to the podium Mr. Vusi September.
Thank you, Sis Sola. I have given you a new title of principal moderator. I hope that's okay with you. Colleagues, it's really a pleasure to be given this opportunity to moderate this session. And I have prepared a very long speech to introduce the discussion, and I hope you are okay with that. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and guests, dear colleagues, a very good afternoon to all of us, and welcome to this important discussion on building resilient port systems in a changing climate environment. I realize that we are in the final maritime panel of Breakaway Group number 2, and at this stage of the conference, I suspect there are two kinds of participants in the room. The first one are those running on passion for the topic before us, and the second kind are those running on their third or fourth cup of coffee. I also suspect that there is always a possibility of the third kind, which could be a combination of the two just mentioned. Now, on the topic, colleagues, I am advised that resilience is not a new concept for ports, and that adaptation is in fact in the DNA of ports, in that for centuries, ports have evolved in response to changing economic, technological, and environmental conditions. From a response to changing economic responsibilities, including events like building after devastating hurricanes and floods, to redesigning terminals for larger vessels. So ports have continually demonstrated their capacity to anticipate, adapt, and recover. But more recently, and hence our meeting today, I suppose, ports are also integrating climate adaptation, decarbonization, and infrastructure redesign into long-term planning. Therefore, colleagues, today's conversation invites us to look forward as we share ideas about how do we build on this tradition of resilience whilst responding to the accelerating pace and impacts of climate change. Also, the discussion under this session, and I suppose also under other sessions that took place before ours, sits squarely within the Minister's vision for this conference and the bold commitment to the overall theme: transport, the enabler for growth, job creation, inclusivity, and sustainability. Therefore, we are going to do our best with the panel to try and align the conversation with the overall theme for as practically as possible. Distinguished colleagues, the good news is that I am not alone, as I just mentioned, and I am pleased to be joined by an excellent panel of experts who will share their insights and experiences on how ports can continue to adapt and thrive in a changing climate environment. Now introducing the panelists, and please do forgive me for I will not read their entire resumes, which are colorful. They are available on the conference website, which colleagues can view in our spare time. But I'm going to start by introducing them one by one. To say, on my immediate right, we have Pemi. We have an arrangement to call each other by our first names, so it's not disrespect. Pemi is Chief Director for International Climate Change Relations and Reporting at DFFE. I think everybody knows DFFE by now. Next to Pemi is Thomas, whom I have called him formally for many times, and he called me into order. Now I can comfortably call him Thomas. He serves as a Principal Research Engineer at the CSIR in the Energy Center located in the Smart Places cluster. Next to Thomas is Amanda, who is a renewable energy and green hydrogen sector specialist at the TNPA. And finally, we have Rule. Rule is no longer new. He was introduced in detail this morning, but he is the head of climate action and clean air at the IMO. He's part of the secretariat. And colleagues, just to manage your expectations and also just structure our discussion in a proper manner, we propose to run the session in the following manner. We will start off with the opening remarks. There is also a special request from Pemi, who will give an entire presentation, but it will be very short. It will be a very shortened delivery of the presentation. Then after that, I will then allow other panelists to give also very brief introductions of the areas of their responsibility in the context of our topic. Then we will follow that with 2 rounds of questions, specific questions to colleagues in the panel. Then I also, again, reading the room and also looking at the cross-cutting themes that have come out from yesterday across all modes of transport, the issues of job creation and injection to GDP, as well as the issue of regional integration and competition also. I like the idea and the discussion on competition. So we will have brief discussions on those as well. Those will not be directed at specific speakers. We'll just put them out there, and any speaker who feels comfortable to respond to them. Those are the bonus questions. We'll respond to them, and quickly thereafter, we will then allow our beautiful audience to also have an opportunity to engage with the speakers, all within 1 hour, hopefully. Without waste of time, therefore, colleagues, I would like to give the floor to Pemi to give us her presentation. Thank you so much.
Who's uploading it? Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate that we are now at the graveyard shift session, so I'll try to be as fast as possible. Here I'm just going to go quickly into the climate change issues as already spoken to, so I'm going to be very fast on that because this was touched on in the morning. As already explained, my name is Pemi Gasela, and here I'm just going to talk about the immediate risk that the ports are facing. And just to say that, I mean, in the morning, we've already heard about the sea level rise that is increasing, giving, long-term inundation of risk for the low-lying port infrastructure, the coastal erosions, that is also a problem, the storm surges and flooding, and the more frequent weather events that we have been experiencing, such as floods, as well as the risk to connected logistical corridors. Now, sorry, this seems to be... Okay. So this is just what I had just taken you through, and the risk of connected logistical corridors. In terms of how then do we respond to these climate change risk, we need policy and regulatory frameworks, as already spoken to in the morning, and this we need to make climate risk assessment mandatory in all ports planning, design and expansion, as well as in investment decisions. We also need to align port development with integrated coastal management to strengthen coastal ecosystems as buffers.
We also need to integrate climate resilience into transport and logistical corridor planning and interdependency between port, rail, and energy system. We also need to embed the port into national adaptation plans, and what we also do in South Africa through the UNFCCC, the Nationally Determined Contribution, which is where we also reflect transport as a sector and how we transition in terms of that. And we also need to establish forward-looking engineering standards that incorporate projects beyond 2050 conditions. And we also need to strengthen the early warning system and disaster management capabilities. Now, as we're doing all this, it's important to underscore that there will be a need for significant adaptation cost, which will be required, that is predictable, adequate and accessible. And here there was talk about, concessional loans and so on, but we also would require international climate funding, especially for our country as a developing countries. We also would need enhanced technology cooperation and capacity building are needed for accurate climate modeling, risk assessment, and to ensure that our infrastructure is resilient. And here we just have, examples of where we can learn from, which was already touched on as well in the morning, the port of Rotterdam, as well as the port of Singapore. And here, I'll focus on the port of Singapore, which has mandated high elevation for all new port infrastructure to account for future sea level rise. Now, in terms of the vision of what do we then do to make South Africa ports future ready, we'll need to have a low carbon port systems in terms of the character. They need to be low carbon, must reduce emissions and green energy adoption, and they must be climate resilient, and here they must be able to adapt to the climate change impacts. And it must be digitally enabled. And here we've spoken about smart technology, data-driven. And there must also be the issue of regionally integrated. They must be connected to our African trade networks. And how would this function? They must also function as energy hubs, industrial hubs, and innovation hubs. And in terms of what are the immediate priorities that we'll need to do, there are three priorities that we'll need to look at in the 5 to 10 years period. And here we need to look at the climate proof of all port infrastructure. And this is something that will include integrating climate risk assessment, investing in resilient infrastructure, and creating economic opportunity in construction. We'll also need to transform our ports into green energy hubs. And here use South Africa's renewable potential to develop green hydrogen, which was something that was touched on also in the morning. We also need to invest in innovation, research, and digitalization. Now, in terms of what I have explained, and here it's one slide that sort of speaks to all this that we need to do. Here it's what the ports are currently experiencing with the sea level rise, extreme weather events, so that needs to go down, and as you can see from that arrow. But also we are saying that this also has an opportunity where with reforms, investment in technology and cooperation, South Africa can build a resilient, competitive, and future-proof port system that accelerate economic growth and regional integration. And this is how it can be. It can be done on I think is it the right hand side. Yeah. So that is just the picture of the worst case scenario and what are the opportunities with moving to a resilient port system. Thank you.
Take this one.
Okay, sorry about that. Small glitch, colleagues, and thank you, Pemi, for the presentation. So, borrowing from the football language, Pemi is going to be literally on the bench for a couple of minutes whilst we allow other speakers to say a few things also in relation on some of the topics that she's already covered. Now we're going to hand the baton over to Thomas. I don't want to do a lot of back and forth. This 1 hour goes very quick, I just realized. So Thomas will give us also a high-level introduction in terms of the as-is situation in as far as your environment is concerned. And then immediately thereafter we'll allow Amanda to do the same. Amanda has one slide to show on the screen which will also go very quick. And then we will end this round with a rule. Again, you've said a mouthful also earlier in the morning, but we will also like you just to go very high level, looking at the IMO regulatory framework that governs everything that we would have said, just the as is as well. In the next round, we will then try to start looking ahead of what's to come. Thank you. Over to you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. Okay, what we're looking at here in terms of what is the current situation for South Africa and what constrains us, what got us to this particular point. And I'm going to be building on what Pemi said from DFFE, in the sense that the climate action in South Africa, particularly with respect to maritime, has had a specific timeline. It began obviously with the climate agreement 2015. That gives every nation its requirements to issue NDCs. And South Africa, obviously as a signatory, has inherited obligations that come under that. 2018, not too long after Paris, the IMO issued its 2018 decarbonization targets, which meant that the ambition by 2050 was that maritime shipping would have 50% decarbonization. Compared to various other targets, you may regard that as not particularly ambitious, but it wasn't really known back then as to what was possible, so it was possibly regarded as conservative. The immediate year thereafter, 2019, was a big deal. That's when Europe adopted the European Green Deal, and the entire continent committed to a net zero 2050, and that really moved the needle. The European Green Deal had a downside for South Africa, because with it comes the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Because if Europe puts a moat around itself in order to protect itself because it is a low carbon jurisdiction, it doesn't want to have its economy destroyed by high carbon imports. That therefore is a way of Brussels to essentially export its regulatory environment. 2021 was the COP in Glasgow. It's at that COP that South Africa got the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, where 5 donor institutions promised $8.5 billion to South Africa, and in return we would commit to a greater adoption of renewables, electric vehicles, and green hydrogen. Green hydrogen will play a role in decarbonization of shipping, as will become clear. What also happened in 2021 at the COP was the idea of green corridors, where a coalition of the willing, frustrated by lack of progress in decarbonizing shipping, said they would, on a voluntary basis, commit to, on certain routes, decarbonize shipping for certain cargoes between certain pairs of ports. The immediate year thereafter, or rather same year, sorry, South Africa released its South African Hydrogen Society Roadmap. This encompasses South Africa's ambition in what they want to do in hydrogen. A lot of it has to do with our ambition to make use of our own platinum group metal endowment and what we can do in green hydrogen. The year after that, 20 green hydrogen projects were promulgated in the Government Gazette, 9 of which reached strategic infrastructure program status, and a further 11 very close to it. So we have 20 projects moving forward in green hydrogen, so it's not like nothing is happening. These are projects with the ambition to produce hydrogen at scale. Strangely, although that was announced in 2022, it was in 2023 that DTIC released the Green Hydrogen Commercialization Strategy, which, together with the Green Hydrogen Society Roadmap, encapsulates the policy ambition of the South African state. 2025, not too long ago, is when the IMO really upped its game. And moving from a 50% decarbonisation ambition, went for a full net zero goal by 2050. And together with that, a supplementary ambition that by 2030, 5% of all energy used in international maritime shipping should come from zero or near zero sources. This gave the possibility of a market for green fuels. Later in that year, I beg your pardon, that was 2025, we agreed to the rules of the net zero framework. But unfortunately in October, where those rules were going to be actually implemented as a result of some aggressive lobbying by member states that will remain unnamed, that didn't go forward. However, in the IMO, we remain optimistic. So, having given that as a background, where does that leave us as a country? And particularly for CSR, which is the role that where our particular state. We've spent a lot of work since 2021 doing techno-economic analyses. At what cost can we produce green hydrogen at different places around the country? As a strength, as a function of the local solar and wind resource at these different places. The better the resource, the more the same electrolyzer will produce more hydrogen. That hydrogen then becomes cheaper. Last year, we supported the South African presidency of the G20 and produced a clean fuels report. And in that, we highlighted what we mentioned in the first session, that biofuels is probably not going to play a great role for South Africa. We're a water-stressed country. But green hydrogen has significant opportunities. We even have performed a techno-economic pre-feasibility study on converting the PetroSA facility at the coast to be making green shipping fuels. This will repurpose an SOE that's in crisis and will enable us to provide sustainable shipping fuels for vessels passing our coast. That's the end of my introductory statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. And without wasting time again, we hand over to Amanda. We keep it short again. Amanda, just looking at the as-is situation at this stage. Thank you so much.
Okay, afternoon. I think I'll try and keep it short. I know I'm standing between you and your family time, as 30 September has highlighted that I need to be short. I have just one slide, as if I... Okay, I think for me, let me start by giving context. Based on the studies that already been done in terms of the average temperature, we need to sit below 2 degrees Celsius, but currently the studies shows we're already sitting roughly around 1.86. And hence there's so much initiatives globally to try and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and us within the ports as well to support those initiatives. I must also highlight in terms of when we look at this perspective, energy play a critical role. And then when we come home, also looking at the load shedding that we had, for example, although there's initiative to improve that, and the IRP that is recently approved in order to support the initiative in terms of the energy mix that is out there. So just to highlight, in terms of the projects that we are currently embarking on, to support two-folded approach. One is the adaptation, and the second one is the mitigation. When we zoom into mitigation, we already highlighted that we are deploying renewable energy as part of our decarbonization strategy, as well to assist Eskom in terms of alleviating, in terms of the grid constraint that is happening. What we also looking at the future is the offshore, as part of helping IMO to power auxiliary vessels that are docking within our port, and this will also have a benefit in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emission within the ports. So we're adopting a hybrid approach. Why are we doing that? It's because of the capacity factor, which is high when we look at the renewable energy within the value chain, as well as the battery energy storage system, just to have that base load, because we understand in terms of the load it fluctuates, but the battery will provide that sustainable supply within the ports and ensure that we can deliver at the right. But I must highlight one of the critical challenges is that when we look at the vessels that are going to come in and dock, we're talking increase in terms of energy consumption, electrification with the port users that they will be doing. There's another increase in terms of energy consumption. What does that mean in terms of the infrastructure that is there? It needs to be upgraded to ensure that we are able to meet that. So also there's a lot of studies that we have embarked on, as Usis Pem has already highlighted, in terms of climate change assessment, so that we understand what we need to do, and also looking at the complexity of this sector. Already one of the speakers highlighted nuclear as an option. As a port, now there's so much options that are there. We need to quantify which one should we focus on, and when you look at the investment of the port, we're talking capital expansion and a lot of money that is required. So we need to be sure exactly which alternative energy will be used as the major consumer within the ports. Hence, a lot of studies we are being inducted, and to ensure that we make an informed decision, especially with our port development. I thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. And Rule, having listened to all the three speakers, could you maybe once again give us a snapshot of the relevant legal framework from an IMO point of view to govern and facilitate and support the developments in this space? Thank you.
Sure. And let me start actually by thanking my fellow panelists for paving the way. And already, Thomas, you explained the work that has been carried out by the IMO, very detailed. So I don't have to dwell on that. But to come back to a couple of points that Pemi, you made at the beginning. Ship emissions from international shipping, approximately 3% of the total greenhouse gas emissions emitted worldwide can be attributed to international shipping. It's about 900 million tons. 3% may not seem a lot to many of you, but 3% of the global total of CO2 emissions is pretty much equivalent to the emissions of an economy like Germany or Japan. And so, like every other sector around the world, and every country under the Paris Agreement is committed to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, the shipping industry, through the IMO, is also committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And where is this mandate coming from? And Pemi, you mentioned the NDCs, the National Determined Contributions, under the Paris Agreement, that lay out obligations for countries under the Paris Agreement to reduce their national emissions. Emissions from maritime transport, international maritime transport, do not fall within the scope of these NDCs. Why? They're emitted on the high seas. They are emitted by ships flying the flag of Liberia, Panama, Marshall Islands, operating somewhere in the Indian Ocean. So how are you going to hold any of these countries accountable for emission reductions that are happening at open sea? And this is where the mandate from the IMO comes from, and it complements what is done by countries at the national level. The good thing of the IMO is that it's a global regulator, and the regulations that are agreed by the 176 member states of the IMO, and South Africa being only one of those 176, create a global level playing field, meaning that a ship, regardless of where it operates, be it in South Africa, be it in Rotterdam, be it in Singapore, is obliged to comply with the same rules anywhere where it's operating or where it's being calling in a port. Energy efficiency within the IMO has been a prominent topic for well over a decade. And the IMO has put in place already a comprehensive set of rules regulating the energy efficiency performance of ships. And based on the latest data, the fuel consumption data from ships which is reported to the IMO, we have seen that there is a 38% improvement of the carbon intensity or the energy efficiency of ships of the total of the operating fleet today compared to 2008 when the first measurements were done in terms of energy efficiency. This means that today the same amount of cargo is being transported around the world using less, 38% less fuel. And this can be attributed to economies of scale. It can also be attributed to the energy efficiency regulations that the IMO has put in place. And so we can say that regulations put in place by the IMO make a difference. These regulations are goal-based. So the IMO member states, when they negotiate, they agree on a target. They don't set or they don't define what the ship needs to do exactly. It doesn't say the ship needs to use biofuels or the ship needs to use ammonia. No, it sets a target and it's up for the ship to decide how it wants to comply with that. So the regulations of the IMO are goal-based. And we see now that almost 50% of the existing fleet today has already adopted at least one or more energy efficiency measures, both technical and operational, in its daily operations. And these vary from installing wind propulsion, wind sails on the ship, so wind is making comeback, using biofuels. Today, biofuels are an option to reduce emissions, but also operational improvements such as just-in-time arrivals in ports, whereby through the digitalization, the exchange of information between ports and the ships, emissions can be reduced, waiting times can be reduced. I said this morning that IMO is traditionally regulating the ships, but we're moving more and more in the space of ports, and I think we'll come back to that when we discuss the way forward. And the IMO is also assisting the countries, the member states, with capacity building, technical assistance to implement these regulations that are being agreed. And there are measures currently under negotiation, and I think we'll come back to that a little bit later. But one of the, or two of the important elements in those negotiations is to close the price gap existing today between heavy fuel oil. 99% of the fleet today still uses bunker fuels, heavy fuel oils. So we need to find a mechanism, a regulatory mechanism to bridge that price gap between heavy fuel oil and hydrogen, ammonia, methanol that you mentioned, Thomas, which can be 5 times, 15 times more expensive. But also making sure that in this transition, countries, developing countries, you mentioned that, Pemi, also continue to play a role in global trade. So let me stop there for now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Roel. I think at this stage we have a better idea of where things stand right across the focus areas of all our panelists. And in the interest of time, may I propose that we take the next 2 questions as a 2-in-1. The approach that we took as a group is that once we would have established the baseline or the as-is, we would then request the panel to share with the audience what is the potential end state or the future state. This is where South Africa would want to see itself in 2030, 2040, in as far as our discussion is concerned. Then also put forward critical action items that should take us there. We learned earlier on that you might plan today and you learn that in 3 years' time you need to adjust your plans, but at least in terms of where we are today, we need to have some plan on the table. So briefly, Sispemi, you already touched on this. So you're still on the bench? Thank you very much. Then Thomas, I'm going to hand over to you in your space. Very briefly, what is the end state on your side? On fuel production, for example, what role or market share that you think South Africa should acquire at some point. Amanda, same thing with you, also your Horizon 2030, 2040. How is a green port in South Africa supposed to look like? Then I'm going to end off with you, Rule. You will then also take us now, understanding where we want to go. Look at how the IMO can come in and support member states based on what's available from a technical cooperation and assistance point of view. You could also touch on what the future regulations are actually looking at. You could touch at the challenges if you wish, but the future regulations that would support everything that we are trying to do. Over to you, Thomas. We don't have much time.
We would greatly like to reduce emissions. If we're going to reduce emissions, what are our levers that we have over that? So firstly, our goal is to greatly reduce diesel consumption on the land side in the ports. There are two subcomponents to this. The first is to provide shore power at ports. This was introduced to a certain degree by TNPA. And that power should preferably come from renewable electricity. And the purpose of shore power is that the ships do not run their generators in port. The second area of reducing diesel consumption is moving the port-based vehicles away from diesel. And you have several options here. You can go battery electric vehicles, you can have hydrogen-powered fuel cells, you can have dual fuel engines, and apply these for yard tractors, reach stackers, forklifts, regular vehicles, and even tugboats. This then reduces emissions on the landslide, or at least within the confines of the port. The second area is to reduce emissions at sea. To reduce emissions at sea, you must have clean fuels before you can use them. The two main candidates are green ammonia and green methanol. There are many projects in South Africa that are planning to produce this anyway. This is for international markets. This will be available for maritime shipping. The third option beside those two is Fischer-Tropsch-based e-diesel. South Africa has not got one, but two Fischer-Tropsch facilities within its borders. We have large available land, we have good renewable resources. We have the capability to make green diesel. The beauty of green diesel is that you can use it in the existing fleet. Ammonia and methanol you can only use in modified vessels, which are still few at the moment. And the third area is, having made that fuel, you've got to make it available to vessels, which means it must be available at the ports, possibly even by ship-to-ship bunkering. And what do we do to achieve that end state? There are a few initial points that we need to do. Firstly, South Africa must form and resource a green shipping fuels technical team to provide technical support to the DoT negotiations at the IMO. Mr. September sits there in London alone. We need technical support to support our team there. We need to form technical relationships with like-minded countries at the IMO, report back to government, industry, and green fuel project developers. That technical support must also contribute to task teams at the IMO, like the life cycle assessment rules. We must market the benefit of e-diesel as shipping fuel, which requires no ship or engine modifications. Why must we market this? Because it's not known. Because ammonia and methanol are the baseline. We have an ability to provide a fuel for the past us. The second point is we must requirements and green corridor options. And the third point, we want to investigate onboard carbon capture of carbon dioxide emitted on the vessel, the compression and liquefaction of that CO2, transfer to port storage, and the use of that CO2 to manufacture carbon-based sustainable maritime fuels at our two Fischer-Tropsch facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Without wasting time, it's over to you, Amanda.
Oh, thank you. I think from our side, to be honest, it looks at two key elements, adaptation, which we need to ensure that the ports, when there's disruption, they can actually withstand that and be able to respond. That's the first key element. And then in terms of the second point, our ports need to be powered by clean fuel. which is what already Thomas was indicated in terms of onshore power. But again, there's issues of the land of the port is a premium land. We cannot just go and put renewable energy everywhere. Hence, the willing as part of the option to integrate and get clean fuel within the port and upgrade our port system. Secondly, I think we need to go further. To be honest, ports can act as clean fuel hubs to assist the IMO strategy and ensure that we do have the right fuel to be able to supply the vessels that are docking within the port. And then lastly, I think it's what also my colleague from IMO was highlighting in terms of digitalization. It's one of the key elements which will help in terms of energy efficiency, managing the demand side of things and be able to ensure that we do reap the benefits there. And I also want to highlight as a short-term initiative, a low-hanging fruit, energy efficiency. That's where we should focus on. I know when we progress in terms of after 4 or 5 years, there's still a lot of complex in terms of which fuel is the preferred fuel, which even ourselves we're trying to figure out and engage and be part of the discussion in the room, be able to see how do we even position our tugboats to be able, because we're not only looking at greenhouse gas emission, we're looking at the torque, the power to be able to pull those vessels outside. I think from my key 3 elements as a takeout, I think from IMO's an action item, standardization. When you look at onshore power, we're looking at frequency. When we go to the technical items, for example, in US, they use 60 hertz, we use 50 hertz. Now, how do we integrate? I know there's systems, but we can reduce the capex if we standardize things and make things easier. And then I think alignment, I like the president's idea in terms of the council, just to align in terms of what needs to happen and ensure that we are together in this, because we cannot do it alone. We need collaboration and ensure that we sing the same message out there. And then lastly, I think from the port regulator, incentives to promote the behavior. I'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Roel, over to you.
Let me be frank with you. I think multilateralism today is not in a great shape. And so the IMO, being part of the United Nations, also finds itself in a difficult position when it comes to negotiations, particularly when it comes to topics such as energy transition, decarbonization, on which there is a pushback from certain countries. And you know, I think you're all familiar with that. The IMO last year was very close to agreeing on a very ambitious set of new regulations, the IMO Net Zero Framework. But because of these geopolitical issues, changing winds, the negotiations were adjourned. The negotiations will continue this year, and I'm confident that with many countries in the IMO still very keen and committed to finding an agreement and a way forward to decarbonize or at least reduce emissions from the shipping industry, will find themselves around a compromise that can put in place new regulations for the shipping industry. And I think South Africa has played a very prominent role in this. I think South Africa is at the center of a group of countries that is willing to find a compromise that strikes a balance between emission reductions for a global industry, but without forgetting the global south, developing countries, and the role that they play and can and should play in this energy transition. And despite the pushback that we find today, I think the long-term trajectory when it comes to climate change and alternative fuel uptake is clear. There is not really an alternative, and there are hiccups in this process like we find ourselves in now, but the long-term targets, and I think the need, as Pemi, you stressed also at the beginning, the impacts of climate change are there every day. And so like every other sector, we do need to take action to reduce our emissions. And early action, in the end, will make the transition cheaper. And we know that the transition is not, it doesn't come for free, it comes with costs, but it also comes with opportunities. And so this is where the IMO, through its capacity building initiatives, can assist countries with banking on those opportunities. And there are 4 main areas within the IMO of conventions. I mentioned them before. Environment, so the energy transition, safety, the training of seafarers, and digitalization. And all these areas need to kind of advance together in order to really make a transition happening. And in all these areas, the IMO stands ready to provide capacity building support. I think in the previous panel, they kind of concluded on saying these discussions are very helpful and maybe we should continue them, maybe in a smaller and a more confined space. But it is very helpful to continue. And I think this is where the IMO can play a role when it comes to decarbonization of shipping and ports. Maybe sometimes it's helpful to have an external facilitator, even if it's domestic policies, that can help bring the dialogue and maybe also point to some sensitive issues that others may not want to raise. So this is where capacity building comes in. And under the IMO Green Voyage project, South Africa has been selected as a country, a lead country, benefiting of targeted support by the IMO. And a national task force has been already established in September 2025. And I think now, together with all the input of this conference and all the other work that's ongoing, I think the next steps have to be undertaken to bank and capitalize on the opportunities in the energy transition.
Thank you, Rul. We have 9 minutes. I had said earlier on I have 2 bonus questions, and we still also need to give our audience an opportunity to also pose questions to the panel. So my request and proposal is that I ask my 2 questions, but before the panelists respond, we also take 2, maximum 3 questions from the floor. Then the panelists, then in their responses, will also cover me. Is that okay? And again, it will be volunteers from the panel. It doesn't have to be everybody in the interest of time. So the first question, what would you say to somebody who says, this green transition is going to take away jobs? And if we say there are new job opportunities on the other side of the transition, where would these jobs come from? And how long are they likely to take? That is the first part. You can combine that also together with a potential revenue or GDP contribution that the sector could make, green economy. Then the second one, there is an issue of competition within our region as a whole. Again, it's a question or a comment to say, how do we make this transition inclusive at a national and a regional level? I understand that the pie is big for everybody, but how do we compete in a manner that does not kill the other side, but makes all of us benefit collectively? Competition is inevitable, but at the same time, we need that integration. How do we play in that space? So those are the 2 issues that I had. And on the issue of national inclusion or inclusion within the country, is to say, how do we make sure that even small businesses, that everybody participates and benefits in the opportunities that are brought about by the transition? So those are the 2 questions from my side. So whilst the panel is thinking about the responses, we will take 2 questions, burning questions from the panel. DDG, you have a burning question, and Dr. Mutombo, you also have, and there's another one from the colleague there. So those are the 3 questions that we are able to take this afternoon with your permission, colleagues. Only 3 questions, and then we wrap up. Thank you.
I'm not sure about banning, but it is a question. To Thomas, I 2 years ago I attended a bunkering workshop in Amsterdam, especially for alternative energy or energies. It came out clear that in the list of practical availability of these alternative energies, hydrogen was way down on the list, and the part of the reasons were also shared earlier on, to say the cost of transportation is one of the reasons. But then the question is, shouldn't we as a country have a basket of alternative fuels or energies that we promote? I've seen an LNG Ro-Ro vessel calling in the port of Durban. I think now it was in July. Yeah, it was in July. So, as policymakers, shouldn't we then develop a framework to say, through our port system, these are different types of fuel options that we will be able to offer to the vessels that are calling or passing by our coast? Thanks.
Thank you, DDG. Dr. Mutombo.
My question is addressed to Thomas as well. What is your view on the carbon capturing technology? Do you see it as a viable long-term solution?
Thank you, Dr. Mutombo. The last question.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nalo. I'm based in Singapore, in Dubai. I want to know, what are the future plans based on robotic for your cargo, for transportation around South Africa? Because we already have solutions for transportation, for future plans in terms of robotic and artificial intelligence. I've heard here yesterday while I was here, they were talking about the new string technology. I'm the one who's the director for this project across Africa. Thank you. I want to know the future plans about the robotic and artificial intelligence based on the port. And the lady next to you, I hear she was talking about the renewable energy. I would like to talk to you, private, to you guys, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. It looks like all the questions are directed at you, Thomas, but the other colleagues are also free to jump in. There were also 2 questions from me also earlier on. Over to you, Thomas.
I'm gonna give it a go. Beginning with your question about transition. For us to respond to the transition, it's not a theoretical. South Africa has already committed, 1, at Paris, 2, under the JET-P. So this has been negotiated by the South African government. The degree to which we pursue, we can discuss, but it's not an if. We got to do it because we said we're going to do it. With respect to the impact that it has on jobs, every significant human endeavor damages the environment. As an engineer, the best we can do is optimize our engagement to limit impact. Social responsibility just adds to the various boundary conditions that we optimize for, because clearly we want to live in a human-centered environment. Fortunately, it's not a net loss. If we're going to move away from coal eventually, that has an impact in Mpumalanga. If we make green fuels, that has an impact somewhere else. It's potentially a different skill set, it's a different environment, I know. It's not an ideal situation, It's the situation that I see, and I have colleagues at CSR that directly engage with just transition. It's not really my domain. I'd be happy to make introductions if that's appropriate. DDG. I'm not an ideologue. I'm a researcher. I'm at my happiest when I'm proven wrong, because then I've learned something. It would be just and prudent for South Africa to make whatever fuels available to the shipping community that makes sense. For us to offer LNG, we must have LNG. We can't offer what we don't have. If we're going to import LNG, then by all means, let's make it available for shipping vessels. If we do that, however, let's try and have really good control over fugitive emissions, because natural gas is that much worse greenhouse gas than CO2, so we want to make sure that we don't have leakages. But absolutely, we can offer that as a fuel. In terms of hydrogen, hydrogen as a gas is not a fuel I would recommend for maritime shipping. Hydrogen as a building block to make a fuel I will recommend. And the ultimate resultant fuel, that list is ammonia, methanol, and Fischer-Tropsch-based fuels. If we had large amounts of biofuel, that would be my go-to. It's easiest, you've got great employment opportunities, it helps with an unskilled labor force, and you're able to move forward. In the South African environment, we have food competition issues. We're probably not going to do a large amount of biofuel, but let's do what biofuel we can. My impetus for making green hydrogen-based fuel is because South Africa has a green hydrogen ambition. All I'm doing is I'm applying the ambition of the state into a market area where we have a compliance burden under the IMO. And it makes sense that we can do something. And we also have Fischer-Tropsch competence, which allows us to produce a fuel that can be used in any vessel. And not many countries can offer that. And generally speaking, every country must play to its strengths and look to its strategic advantage. That would be my response, sir. Mr. Mtombo, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You asked about carbon capture. Carbon capture technically works, but it has some issues. And we must ask ourselves, what does carbon capture mean? Once you've scrubbed the CO2 out of the emissions, you now have CO2 as a gas. You have expended money, you reduced emissions, but you're now left with, what do you do with this? Here you've got a fork. You can make two choices. You can sequester the carbon and push it underground. That means that hopefully that sequestration is eternal. However, that's cost you money, which meant that your fossil fuel use has essentially had reduced your carbon impact, but you haven't had economic benefit. The alternative is to use that CO2 to make a product that can be sold. The definition of an economy is something where there are customers and there is a product which can be sold. When you make a product with fossil-based CO2, finding the customer that's prepared to pay the green premium for that can be difficult. Maritime shipping fuel is one of the few areas where that may be possible, particularly if that CO2 can become circular. It's a fairly long discussion. It's probably not appropriate to go into detail here, but I'd happy to take that further. The gentleman about robotics, I'm afraid I can make no comment on that regard. But there was an intermediate question which I've in the meantime forgotten, so I'm going to hand over to Amanda to talk about robotics. And if someone reminds me what the other question was, I'd be grateful.
Can we do this? Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for responding to almost all the questions. We've run out of time. We are over by 4 minutes, and I still need to stay in the good books of the principal moderator. I think what we could do at this stage, just take 1 minute each your closing remarks, and then in there, Amanda, you can smuggle in whatever you wanted to say about robotics. So 1 minute, and that's it. Then we close this. I'll start with my neighbor here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think for me, what I'll close with is, if we are really going to be talking about green transition, yes, there will be, loss of jobs and so on, but we need to think about how do we repurpose those jobs, and also capacity building, which is something that was, and how do we come up with new skills that will be needed in this green, in a green transition, green economy. Thanks.
Thomas, thank you.
My point would be green fuels are an obligation for us under the IMO, but they're also an opportunity, and we have ambition in the state to be looking at green hydrogen opportunities. If we put those two ambitions together, we are able to make a meaningful contribution, seeing that we're on a major shipping route.
For me, I think for closing remarks, I will say that we do have rich resources. We're one of the leading PGM exporter, and when we look at the green hydrogen value chain, the PEM electrolyzer requires that. It's one of the key, I think, in terms of the commercialization strategy, as an opportunity where we can create jobs, as well as if you check the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, it's also focusing in terms of industrialization and creating those jobs. And then for robotic and AI, I think we all know that as a port we need to be efficient, and I know it's going to contribute in that. But at the end of the day, we don't want to shock the system. When we did the analysis in terms of where we are in terms of technology, we're still far behind, and we understand there's still some challenges of financial constraints and all of those things. So we need to do proper plan and ensure that we really do not shock the system, the transitioning becomes smooth.
Let me be clear. Fossil fuel in the shipping industry is going to be with us for a long time. This is not going to change overnight. But if you look at the numbers in terms of job creation, employment around the renewable fuel industry, it increases year after year. And the total amount of renewable energy that becomes available on the grid every year continues to increase. And this comes with jobs, whether it be engineers dealing with solar panels, be it engineers that deal with wind turbines. There are new jobs that come with the energy transition, and that also applies to shipping. So fossil fuel will not be abandoned overnight if the IMO puts in place new regulations. But we do want to make and spur a transition towards a more sustainable future that will look different. The fuel mix of the shipping industry will look different than what it looks like today. It will not be, as I said, 99% fossil fuel. It will be different. But what fuels work best for you and which fuels you should supply as a country or as a port, you have to continue a dialogue with the ship owners, with the liners that come into your ports, and then adapt what you can produce at the lowest possible cost in function of what their demand is. And I think it's a pity, I think our colleague from APM has left, but Maersk is one of the container lines that operates today a number of methanol-fueled ships running from China through Singapore Straits, through the Suez Canal, well, it used to run through the Suez Canal, through the Mediterranean, up to northwestern Europe. And along that route, it has worked with countries, with port terminals, to have a security of supply of methanol. And we worked with a country like Malaysia to make sure that there is methanol supplied to their ships. Now that routes are changing, there may be new opportunities. So I think it's important to continue that dialogue with the customers of your ports and see what is the cheapest way of producing fuels to their demand.
Thank you, Rul, and thank you to all our specialists on this side of the room as well as on the other side of the room. Our time is up, and I hand over to our chief moderator. Thank you.
Okay, even the mic is tired now. Mr. September and the panelists, thank you so much, and absolutely, absolutely valuable day, hours that have been spent. I do not care who says what. I have not seen the other breakaway sessions, but this session has been the best, interactive, committed, and dedicated. I must honestly say so, Mr. Nduli. And DDG, you have to hold the moderators. You have to hold Mr. Dumisani Nduli, Mr. Lebuntwane, and Ms. Tsepiso Mashlwane to come up with a clear action plan that comes out of this. Each moderator must definitely put forward 1, 2 maximum implementable plans in the next 12 months. We have to tie everything back from yesterday. We are good at policy, at talking, at presentations, absolutely dismal at execution and implementation. Can we make this a turning point? That we commit to have Mr. Madia, does not have to be a long report, a clear action plan. Panel 1, from an international perspective, Peter and Thomas Rule and Dr. Kana, they gave us brilliant lessons that we can take. Panel 2, Mr. Dube, very interesting points that came out with regards to efficiencies, to delivery. On funding, PSPs, there were bombs, there were landmines somewhere there and there. What can we take? And here, absolute clear action plans that we can take. I have so much points here. For an example here, the question that can come out here in an answer, Mr. September, that I think the panelists have started to respond to. How is a green port in South Africa supposed to look like? Clear. How is it supposed to look like? Panel 3, Ryan, what is the landscape of a competitive South African port? How is competition supposed to look like in South Africa, in the South African port? It's clear, crisp, 1 or 2 action plans. And that is going to be forthcoming. And with that, let me truly extend my appreciation for the time that you have given, your commitment and your interaction. It really does show the passion. I don't think, Mr. September, it can only be the coffee. No. The passion, honestly, that each and every one is sitting here. Tomorrow it is day 3. There will be everyone, there are no breakaway sessions. It is the plenary, and it will be looking at the financial sector. So please do make sure that you meet at 9 o'clock there, and we will have as well the minister who will be doing, together with the DM, the closing remarks, taking points from each and every breakaway and panel here. So when we are done here as well, together with the support team, we have to provide and contribute to the minister's closing remarks. And with that, it's been an absolute pleasure to be the principal moderator. And to our panelists who have traveled far and wide, thank you so much for being selfless in sharing knowledge. You know, sometimes we always say, what more? There's nothing else that people can say. I'm going to tell you there is so much that I have learned, Mr. Ross. Absolutely so much. Thank you so much, Ryan, Sarah, Megan. Yes, everyone here, we do appreciate you. So please drive home safely and take care. There is one area I am really sad about that we tap danced around it. Balancing technology and job creation. I think it was you, Rulu, who touched on it, that we don't have to lose jobs. We have to upskill. We have to upskill. Department of Transport, Mr. Mtati is here. How do we upskill the maritime sector to be able to meet with the technological requirements that we see in the global ports? That's what we need to do. And with that, collaboration, 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 collaboration. Implementation, please. My name is Zolanko, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be your moderator, principal moderator today. And let's keep all the ideas, but more than anything, let us execute. With that, thank you so much and good night. Speakers, thank you. The speakers